What up? What up? What up? Check some things on out here. How's everybody doing? Want to thank everybody for coming on through. The love is highly appreciated. I don't go live too much. Think I'm thinking about doing it, not quite sure yet. Got a couple of things that I would like to bring to the table to be discussed. Shout out to the antagonizer. Thank you for coming on through. It's highly appreciated. Thank you for your support. Everybody's been having some weird topics going on in all the different areas. I find it quite amusing. Found it very funny. Lex had me rolling all day today. But not too many people, I guess because it's close to the reunion time, don't really wanna elaborate on certain things. I guess because if you are allegedly a leader in the community, no matter what you do, you get a pass. It ain't too much people really talking about. People taking pictures. Shout out to the antagonizer. You're gonna love this part. You got people taking pictures with Becky with the dashiki on, and nobody don't wanna say anything about what do this represents. But most important of all, is polite pushing. Y'all gonna love what I'm about to say. Is polite pushing the Beckys into being culture vultures. Is that what he's going to start promoting next? I don't understand why would somebody want to do something like that. Personally, I usually don't give this type of stuff no energy. I was just a little shocked because I thought he would be doing something a little bit more in a positive publicity way by saying because of the House of Conscience reunion coming on up. In my eyes, I don't really think it's a good look, especially in his case, because he made it very clear on how he feel about Europeans and how we feel about the queens, the Nubian queens I'm speaking about. You'll hear him saying all the time, the black woman is God. Shout out to Megalodon. Thank you for coming through. 415. Keisha Ray, thank you as well for coming through. It's highly appreciated. I was just speaking on for those that's just coming on in. I was just speaking on Brother Polite. I am Brother Polite. I like to speak on them subjects that I don't really see too many people speaking on, like just because he got a car that he called with swan doors that give him the right to get a pass. I don't think he gets no right to get a pass. And for those who just came on in, I don't know if y'all realize this, but a lot of people, they are in different places on their journey and their path. You have some, like I've been called a level 10 by the Suicide Squad because I believe in race first. What I mean by that is I'm not talking about those that are already married and having kids. I am speaking of the ones who are single at the moment and who is into race first. The reason why I say race is first and why it is so important, it's for these reasons and these reasons only. If you got love, that's right, love, that special word that means a lot in people's hearts. If you got love in your bloodline, that's right, your bloodline. Europeans, that's right, I don't really speak on them, but I'm telling you right now, Europeans have put a subliminal message in your brains and made you think that your bloodline not royal. Your bloodline is royal. If your bloodline is royal, that means you don't want to mix it with coffee and cream. I don't like to keep on using European words or giving them no energy. So hopefully everybody will get the little message when I say I like my coffee black and I don't want it mixed with a little bit of cream. The reason why I find this so important is because a lot of people hasn't realized the psychological study. That study have proven, no disrespect, and I'm not mad to any biracial babies or anything like that. But the study has proven that these babies, the percentage of them will end up dating a European. You do this a few times, and then we become no longer the melanated supreme original being. It's time for us to realize what we are. We are supreme original divine beings. We are all, that's right, all spiritual beings in physical form. Now, if you have, this is a shout out to all the swirlers. I don't hate nobody, and to all the Becky lovers. The only thing I'm trying to do is let you know how I see things. Like I say, hate is a waste of energy, and you should put that energy into something useful. That's the reason why I don't hate no one. But as I begin to shout out to all the Becky lovers, all the swirlers, and all of that, just expressing on how I feel on certain things. The reason why I find this so important, and I mentioned that your bloodline is royalty, is because you got to realize one thing. You got to make your ancestors happy. And I'm not even talking about going as far back as everybody else to the pyramid days. I'm talking about your great great grandmama. Yeah, your great great grandmama. And you can go a little bit further back if you like. The reason why I say you want to keep her happy is because she brought you into this world as a melanated being, and I'm quite sure she want that legacy to continue. That's right, let it continue. That means Don't mix the royal bloodline. It's time for us to take our position and realize our place. Now, I'm going to put it to you for those that are a little lost, a little bit deeper, as I let everybody brains just marinate on what a God has said. And for those that don't think I'm a God, and I call everybody gods and goddesses, and to Hootie's law or whatever doctrine you believe in, it is as above, so below, as within, so without. My doctrine, I keep it simple. It's just energy. I love energy, energy, frequency, and vibration. That's what makes me happy. But now I'm gonna get back to the build. I just wanted to throw that up in there. Now, the thing that's so important is I want everybody to think about crack. Yes, snow, crack, whatever you want to call it. They even call it butter, whatever you want to call it. They call it white candy. I want everybody to think about that. And while you're thinking about that, a lot of people like myself, they might have grew up in the projects, the hood, or even if you wasn't in the projects, you probably wasn't too far from it, and you still was in the hood. I want everybody to think about that. Now, when you think about those two things, I want everybody, when I say the word project, to realize one thing. That is the barrel. We are the crabs. They put us all up in there for a reason. I want everybody to think about that. Then after they did that, to break up our beautiful families, they decided to bring in the white candy. That's right. Don't be fooled. They brought it in. We ain't getting it past customs. It's already here being given to us. So, with them creating that barrel, that's right, the projects or whatever you want to call it, and in this little barrel that they created, you got to remember one thing. They put what they want inside that barrel so they can make your perception become their reality. It is no longer your reality because you are no longer conscious and you are just being filled with all types of negative subliminal messages. Now that we are conscious, don't matter what you are, what you're doing, hopefully you are becoming aware of many things as the reason why you become aware and why health is so important and the food you eat is because certain things can help calcify the third eye, or if you want to get technical, the pineal gland. They want this item to be calcified for a reason. They want this to be calcified for the reason is the eye, and I'm not talking about the eyes, I'm talking about the eye, the magnificent eye, and the mind. The reason why these two go together is because the mind can only comprehend what the eye can see. That means they go together like hand and glove. If they got your third eye calcified, then your mind can't really see and your perception become their reality. Don't want to hear nobody talking about Consciousness means woke. If somebody's saying consciousness means woke, that's a fancy way of them telling you they not conscious. Conscience means to be aware. I'm tired of people saying they woke, I'm conscious. That don't mean a damn thing. Oops, didn't mean to cuss. I'm trying to cut that on out. Got a little excited over here. But like I was saying, to be woke does not mean you are conscious. I'm going to elaborate on this a little bit before I go back to the build. Unfortunately, I'm jumping all over the place because this is live and I do real good just talking off the dome. It is better when you talk from the dome because then you are speaking from the heart. You're going from your heart and your throat chakra and your crown chakra. And I ain't going to get into all of that because I don't want stuff to be putting in there like pseudo. That's the magic word. When people don't understand something, they just like not to research it. They like to just throw out the word pseudo. But let me get back to the build. Now, the reason why I say when somebody said they woke, and that is their reason for consciousness, is because a zombie, that's right, shout out to all the zombies. I said it and I mean it. Even a zombie can walk around woke. That don't make you conscious being woke. I'ma say it again. So that mean at this point on, I don't need the fam to be just woke. I need you to be aware. To be aware, you say. To be aware of your 360. You got to watch your whole 360. And you want your 360 to be filled with positivity. Why is this so important? Because others will be trying to turn your perception into your reality and hoping you just walking around as a zombie. And if your 360 is filled with positivity, it will override the negativeness. And I'm going to say one other thing. It is written, that's right, it is written, a warrior, that's right, a warrior. We are all warriors. Gods and goddesses, you are warriors. I'm going to break down warrior real quick. A warrior, that's right, the mighty warrior is someone who confronts and beats and conquer negativity by all means necessary. All means necessary. That negativity that I speak on, it can be in all forms. Don't be just stuck on your opinions, because that means you ain't aware. Negative can be your own best friend. Negativity can be something that isn't even in the physical, but something that's happening around you in the mental. These are the things that you need to start applying to your life so that you vibing real high. Vibing real high is what's mandatory. You don't want to be in your lower vibration or your lower frequency. You always want to try and vibe high. The reason why all of these things are so highly important, that's right, all of these things is highly important, is because when you're vibing low, you're dealing with things such as ego, material things, and etc. things of that order. That because, like I said earlier, we are spiritual beings in physical form. When you're dealing with lower self, you will begin finding yourself being caught up in the matrix and chasing the physical when you're supposed to be chasing the spiritual. That is what they want you to do. That is part of keeping you in the zombie mode. If you're in zombie mode, you will keep on chasing the physical and you'll just be running around here like you is a zombie and know what's going on. I'm telling you what's going on. What's going on is you feed on higher vibration and start feeding your spiritual being. Don't let nobody try and change you or make you into anything no different. They will feed you and feed you and feed you. This is done because they have learned that doing things repeatedly over and over and over. It becomes subconscious, then it becomes conscious, then the next thing you know, it becomes a habit, and the next thing you know, unfortunately, you're not even a zombie no more. You have now became a puppet, and yourself ain't even the puppet master. You ain't even pulling your own strings as I'm just sitting here keeping it a buck. And another thing, for all of those duck ass niggas out there that don't like my goats, go kick rocks. That's right, go kick some motherfucking rocks. Because I'm not changing for nobody. And you of all people, no matter what your doctrine is, should know you should not judge a book by its cover until you read it. Everybody, they can feel my energy. They can feel my vibe. They can feel my compassion. They can see how I move. They know what I am. I put this on up here so people will learn to not just look at the message, but pay attention to the messenger. I put this on up here because I'm a little different from the rest of the world and I love it. And the reason why I'm telling all of them to kick rocks and for everybody to do the same as I do, you don't let nobody change you. You stand on your square and you keep it a buck. As long as you stand in a positive, righteous manner, it don't matter what I got on, what I look like. It's about what I'm feeling and what I'm putting out into the universe and what I'm getting back in return. That's what it's all about. Me and all the cosmic energy is one. We get along just fine. Don't let somebody, don't never. People will always try and make you a sucker out of ignorance. No disrespect to ignorance, but if they notice you lack a little bit of knowledge or where you at in your path, they will try and feed you a whole bunch of garbage. You do like I do, eat the fish and spit the bones. The only difference is they don't do it to me too often, because when I spit the bones, I spit them right in their face. And I say it very proudly where you done fucked up at or where we ain't seeing things. Now, I'm going to talk a little bit about myself. At one time during my journey, even though I just say I'm balanced, when I was into Kemet real hard and all of that, I used to like be on Facebook and I would go join those little groups, like Hebrew versus Kemet, going to them little groups like that and going there and just bang and bang and bang. And then I started to realize everybody is loyal to what they believe in. No matter how much I bang, they not gonna change. Ain't nobody ain't gonna change from what they believe in. So I stopped banging, and I'm glad I stopped banging because I've been using my energy in a more positive way. So you have to always remember that there is positive and negative. When you're looking at something, you do not, even though you see it in a negative way, you think with the quickness like you're a warrior and turn it into something positive. You must put this up into your mind. You must make this into a habit. Why do I say this is important? This is because you have to learn how to appreciate what you have. You have to learn how to beat the negative at its own game. We are playing a game. The game is let the positive kill all negative. If you don't do that, then you will be a person that is just dealing with the negative, and you will be a person that's just walking around in darkness screaming that you are conscious, and in reality, you ain't nothing but a zombie pretending. That's right, a lot of pretenders out here. You wear this and you wear that, and don't even know what it means what you're wearing. We got a lot of trenders on out here. I'm not mad at the trenders because they on that path. And while I see them trending, I'm going to be dropping that positive seed because they going to get this knowledge or they going to go back to believing in whatever they believe in. The only reason why I'm bringing this on up is because each individual is a not just a spiritual being, you are a divine being. That's right. We are the supreme original beings on this planet. That means, and we are divine. You better believe it. That means if we are individually divine, what I'm saying is, and the reason why I don't bang on no religions, even though I have done it in the past, what makes somebody get fed spiritually, let them eat. If that's what makes them vibe high, and if that's what helps them kill negative energy, let them eat. I don't like to see all of this Kemet versus this and Hebrews versus this. We supposed to be coming to the table collectively as supreme original beings on this planet. We supposed to be bringing the same denominator together because the numerator might be different from individual, and we all eat together and we eat lovely. It can be done. That's why you might notice me in different groups and everybody be like, now I know I done seen that nigga with that big red, pink, red, black, and green encore and all of them freaking crystals. That little weirdo guy. What the heck is he doing over here? And shout out to Israel Doctrine, for example. What is he doing on over there or anything? That because I go on over there because I like to make sure wherever I'm at, everything is running smooth. What do I mean by running smooth? I don't want none of the Nubian queens on out there, no matter what their doctrine is, feeling like they don't have no support. I don't want them feeling like they don't have no back or anything. The Nubian queen has been through a lot, no matter what their doctrine is. And that's my reason why I be on over there. If somebody attack a Nubian queen, I don't say, "Oh, she's a Christian. She don't get my protection," or "I'm not gonna speak up for her." It don't work like that with a real God. That's right. I'm a real God. I don't do this for no trend. I don't do this for no likes. I don't care what anybody think about me. I do it because this is the way I live. And this is the way I live because one thing you learn is You do things not because it is a religion. You do it because it is a culture. And if it's a culture, that means it is a way of life. And this is my way of life. So that's the reason why y'all be seeing me in different areas that don't have nothing to do with what I believe in. I want all Nubian queens to be feeling comfortable, whether I got this on up, whether I'm wearing my pharaoh, or like y'all seen earlier, I got a new account that got my little picture on up there. You know, when I'm looking all fly with my little red, black, and green on. Yeah, that's right. Don't worry. I got a big old head, and I'm talking about the one on my neck while I'm cracking little jokes. That's right, because you got to feel positive about yourself. You don't let nobody put you down. That's right. If anybody asks me, ain't nobody on this planet, nobody looking to me. Yeah, I said it in a minute. I don't care who's standing next to me. That's the way I am. Ain't nothing wrong with a little bit of confidence and a little bit of cockiness. You need that in life while we have spiritual warfares. You can't be having no spiritual warfare or handling business being a little wimp. If you're going to be about it, be about it. Now, maybe a lot of people that's wearing these onks and doing these type of things, they will start representing the way they supposed to be representing. A onk, a onk. That's right. The onk, the eternal life, is not religion, baby. It is part of culture, a way of life. There is a difference between the two. I don't really want to elaborate on that because that'd be a whole nother show. Once again, since I'm doing it off of the top of my dome, I got a little off track because I was talking about passion. Now back to the build, as y'all just enjoyed intermission. The build was projects and crack. And since I like things in threes like the pyramid, we gonna throw up Becky. Yes, I'm throwing up Becky. Becky is gonna be part of the equation. Now that we have already established projects and cracks and who created the barrel and who put all of this in there, and we already discussed how much racist first already is important, and we already discussed how we want to make great grandmama mama happy because we want to see that melanated gene running for eternity. That's right. That's what I said. Make your great grandmama mama happy and let that melanated Nubian shine blacker, blacker. Let it shine like it never shined before. That mean no coffee and cream. That mean no Becky's. But let me go in a little bit deeper about Becky and crack. Now we already established that crack was thrown into the little barrel to cause division, to break up the black family home. You gotta remember one thing. They already know, 'cause it's law. United we stand, divided we fall. That is the reason they built the barrel or the projects. That's the reason why they brought in the crack. And now let's get into number 3 that I mentioned. Becky. Becky. And I know I'm probably gonna get a few Beckys that's gonna hit the down button, so I'm gonna shout you on out as you enjoy my message. Shout out to the Beckys and the crack as I use y'all to demonstrate how they are destroying, that's right, destroying race first. Race first. Why do you think on TV you see more biracial couples on shows, commercials, and everywhere else? I've already explained the, the importance of them repeating things over and over and over so it can become in your conscious mind and you will approve it. You will no longer be thinking about what grandmama would want. You no longer thinking about, I want to see my grandmama, melanated, beautiful genes running for eternity. That's right, eternity. It can't run for eternity without Becky. That's just the little facts. And they kept repeating this. They even did it to the kids. That's right. They did it to the children. Now, of course, you're going to say how Becky get involved with the children. When everybody was growing on up, how many different styles of Barbies did you see? How many black dolls did you see? They started this at a very young age. This should be very easy to see, and your mind should be able to comprehend as I open up your eye. This is some real talk right here. And what I want everybody to do is let what I'm saying and let it marinate not just in your mind, but let it hit your heart. If you got some heart, you will be saying to yourself, what would my great grandmama want? Would she want her gene to run for eternity, or would she want to know that that's right, I've been bamboozled. That's right. I'm calling all Becky lovers. I'm calling all swirlers who don't think race first is important, a bunch of people who have been bamboozled. But let's not forget, as you are in darkness, it is not too late for you to come to the light and come on out the darkness where they want to keep you at. Race first. And half of y'all, I seen the Beckys that y'all be rolling with, and I see the Beckys on out there. To be honest with you, half of these Negroes, they only getting Beckys that they don't want anyway. Y'all getting leftovers. And plus, this is the part I want everybody to pay attention to. Shout out to all the Nubian queens that are called goddesses as you enjoy this bill. If you know you in your heart, your mama is black and she birthed you out of the portal of life. That's right. Or like they call it in the hood, if she birthed you out the yanni, then you get something to represent your mama and be proud. And be proud. But most important of all, if you know that you are supreme, original being on this planet, and you are claiming you want nothing but the best, then why aren't you sticking to what you is supposed to be with? That will make your grandmama, I'm having sort of a little bit of fun with this grandmama, making your grandmama happy. I'm not going to go all the way far back as the beginning and go back and say ancestors because people like to always say that don't have nothing to do with the now. That's the only reason why I'm talking about the grandmamas. Now, the black Nubian woman has been through a lot. She's been hurt. We all have been hurt. Through this pain, I always say, out of chaos, we were supposed to be creating divine order. I have demonstrated how they have created mad chaos for us. Divine order will be one love, unity, each one reach one, teach one, and let's not forget to uplift one. Now, I'm not gonna say this over and over again, but I'm not too happy. And I hope everybody that's listening is catching all subliminal messages. And the reason why I'm not too happy is because I'm not happy seeing Becky being uplifted and the Nubian goddess put down. I get a little irritated at times. That's right, I'm keeping it a motherfucking buck tonight. The guard get a little irritated at times when I keep it a buck. At I don't care if a person says something to uplift Becky, if that's what a black man wants to do. But what irritates me is right afterwards, he used the opposite of the Nubian queen and be putting it down. If you keeping, pay close attention to this part. If you are keeping your 360 filled with positivity, those actions that I just described is what is called non-cipher. That's right, non-cipher. That means those elements, those thoughts, those actions is not supposed to be in your 360 if you is a conscious motherfucker wearing an arc on top of it. I don't care if you switch it on up. And this ain't to nobody personally. Like I always say, or like everybody else say, if it don't apply, you let it fly. I am just talking in general about things that upsets me. And here's another subliminal message everybody gonna like. And don't go narrating my motherfucking video, Negro. I got jokes. I'm just having a little fun during intermission. But only thing I want to do because I have nothing but love for everybody. I just like certain things addressed. I like when I see the Nubian queen being uplifted. I like to see us reach one, teach one, and uplift one. We ain't supposed to be putting each other down. That is, if you want to put anything down, even though that's non-cipher as well, because I don't give them no energy, put them down. That won't make me so mad. Let me put it that way. And call me a hypocrite or whatever you want. I just keep it a buck. For some reason, I get more passion for the melanated beings than any other. Sorry, that's the way I am. But, I'm working on that. That's all about what we call what everybody is doing, and that is learning to master self. That's why I say I'm always trying to be balanced. You hear some say king of balance. You hear other things like that in that order because I'm always talking about trying to stay balanced. That mean, that mean, if you see something with a Nubian queen and you don't like it, you treat it. I want everybody to pay close attention to this. you treat it. If you don't like it, you do like I said, and you find positiveness out of anything. If you see something you do not like, you do not have to address it in such a mean, motherfucking harsh way. It's an approach to everything. If there is something you do not like, and the way you turn it into positiveness is the same way you do with a half a cup of water. You don't look at the emptiness of the half a cup of water. You be taking gratitude of the half a cup that you can drink, and you get your drink on, and you get your positiveness on, and that's what you do. You don't look at the emptiness. You look at the other things that are positive. We must start learning to focusing on that. I don't care if people don't like me after this video. I don't care if I get a million thumbs down. I don't really care. I am the type of person, if I start seeing things that I do not like, just in case y'all haven't noticed, I sort of address it. And since this is a thing that I'm seeing all over the place, I mean, I see it everywhere. I mean, you'll be surprised at the places I go just to see what makes them think. We try not to say what makes them tick, what makes them say the things that they do, what makes them want to do the things they want to do, what makes them want to walk that they want to walk. And the sad part about it, while in darkness, they be acting like they walking proudly, and they mind, due to their perception that the negative have put in there, they think that they reality, that they walking in positiveness. There is no positiveness and negative behavior. Dissing the Nubian queen and not uplifting her is negative behavior. And I must say, also wanna do a personal shout on out. I got some personal goddesses on out there. Well, not really goddesses. I don't even know why I said that. One in particular, I don't like to mention no names because with my sexy voice, they might start blushing. I got jokes. But anyway, back to my shout on out to the goddess, because sometimes what people do is they have to show you things that you might not be paying attention to, or like what I like to call it is critical criticism. That means this critical criticism was done to me and I wasn't even mad. It was done to me, and I liked the way it was done to me because she could have just came on out and said, I see you going all over the place, Sarah. I see you helping the queens on out. I see you talking positive. I hear you talking about uplifting them. But the way they had broke it down was kind of special because they could have just went and just said, you ain't nothing but a motherfucking hypocrite because you even go to places that talk reckless, and sometimes you give them a pass and then sometimes you don't. What decides on who gets a pass and who don't? And in a situation like this, a person should be fair. I'm not saying I'm starting no wars with anybody. I'm just telling everybody what be going on with the guard. So that means if you're gonna be fair, that means fortunately, you can't give out passes. You got to treat one all the same, all across the whole board. This don't mean I'm about to go back to war with a bunch of people because I'm all done with all of that. I'm gonna go back to doing beautiful bills like I'm doing right now, and doing what I do best, reaching on out to the people and shining my light. That's what I am, the light in disguise. I'm shining my light and trying to bring the people on out of the darkness. And as I'm doing that, I have no problem saying the things that I like, and the why I like my 360 is because it gets kind of boring. I'm not saying I'm wise or anything, but I like when somebody teaches me as well. And unfortunately, people think I already know a lot of things. And, you know, whether I do or not, I still would rather hear it because the way one look at it and the way another person look at it, it can be easily perceived in two different ways. That's why I like to say, but I would like your input or how you feel. And there is no wrong when giving answers like that. And when you building or showing something, remember one thing: no question is a dumb question. And we got to learn how to communicate. That's what this is about, communicating. If we have a problem, and just about every one of my videos, I got my email address. That means you can't say, fuck your video, I didn't know how to reach you, and I decided to do it this way, because I'll tell you the kiss. You're gonna love this part. Kiss, never mind, I'm gonna keep this PG. We'll forget that part. I'll just say, you're lying, and my email is in all my videos. Go look at my videos. Maybe I might have skipped one or two, but that because I probably was doing it early in the morning before I had to go and do what I do. And unfortunately, it's supposed to rain tomorrow. I gotta do some freaking work outside. Oh, there I go. I think I'm getting like everybody else, tripolar. I was thinking about work all of a sudden, and I was looking at this time, but it's only 12:25. For some reason, I can't see my chat over here. Only can see it on my. I got a tablet and a computer, and I can't make no moderators or anything. I can't remember how I did that. I think I'm gonna have class with somebody on how to do this junk. Um, I got a video on it, and it took me forever to figure out how to do it because I'm the type of person that don't do things like that way. I ticker play around and say, oh, I remember quicker if I do it this way and that way and do it this way and fuck with the videos, say I'm doing it my way. But unfortunately, they make those videos for a reason. But I got to work on that with myself. I like to teach myself. I don't like to be learning from somebody else, even though people be helping me. But now that's just what computers and electronic stuff. Now, spiritual stuff or things that's dealing with energy or anything like that, I eat that like I'm a hungry goat. That's something that I love. And shout out to the chat room. If there is somebody that is interested in coming on, I'm practically all done with this build. I wanted to demonstrate the importance of how in life, if you're not paying attention, the puppet master makes you his puppet and create your environment and put everything in there. And you need to pop the motherfucking strings like they ain't never been popped before and come back to the light because the puppet master got you playing in the dark. Yeah, I said it. The puppet master got you playing in the dark. It's time to pop them ropes, pop them chains. Yes, because I say chains because what has happened, many, many, many have been under them strings for so long that even once the strings is popped, they don't even realize that they are mental, mental, mental slaves. Holla if you can hear me. I got jokes while I talk about something serious. Just trying to keep the chat room a little interesting. So I throw up a few weird things every now and then. But don't worry, I'm still focused. Oh yeah, how can I forget this part? I'm gonna have a whole lot of haters on this video. So if you're listening to it and then you're enjoying my energy, you're gonna like what I'm about to say. This is free. Just hit the like button. Hit the like button. And I don't know if anybody ever seen that movie Poltergeist. As a shout out to all the Beckys and the Swirlers and all of that. And I done explained how you are in darkness. You're gonna love this line. Follow the light. Follow the light. Follow the light. I guess nobody never really decoded that movie. Now that everybody understand the barrel, the crabs in the barrel, the creator of the barrel, what's been put in the barrel, the two white beautiful things that a lot of people think they are beautiful. Now that I broke all that down, hope everybody understand what I'm saying. Hope everybody can understand how I tried to put things into a picture. I tried to put it so you can picture things in your mind because a lot of people don't realize that things have been created for them so that they can go on a certain path. Just because they was created for you to go on a certain path, you got to be like a goat and say, fuck that shit. Follow the light. Oh yeah, I almost forgot. Ooh wee. It's only Sarai in the house. Um, oh, shout out to Aakasha. Peace, love, and light to the goddess. I don't really like looking into the chats too tough because if I do, then you can easily get sidetracked because you have what you call, I call them energy vampires, but the YouTube world has given them a different name. They call those people trolls. They are for to drain your negative energy, to cause destruction, and if you're not paying attention, they are to put a battery, that's right, I said it, a battery in your backpack just to amp you up into some madness that you don't even need to be involved in. So if anybody is saying anything to me into the chat, I just glance at it every now and then. I'm not really looking at it, even though I should be, because I'm quite sure there'll be people that's adding to the build. And if there is people adding to the build, please take note of what they're saying because that means somebody else is thinking like me. And if you're not thinking like me, that means both of us can't be wrong and you're right. Usually the majority rules. It's okay to change. Don't deal with lower self and be like, let your ego get involved and all of that. It's okay to change. We all was where everyone was at one time. We didn't walk up. We didn't wake up running. We had to learn how to crawl. We had to learn how to then stumble, then walk, then run. We take the same journey on wherever you at. Some people is running, some people is flash. You got some people that are crawling, and I hate to say it, you got some that ain't even crawling. You got a bunch that's just crying. But I hope everybody understand why I don't look at the comments too often because of those reasons. They like to suck the energy on up. You learn to master self and follow your third eye. If it says something might be in there, it might not even nothing be in there. That's just a habit that I got when I go on the panel because I go everywhere. And when I go everywhere, that means I be on different panels and you know, you can get distracted from the comment section. And I can't figure on out how to set up a freaking moderator. It's driving me bonkers. And since I don't know how to do that and I'm not watching the chat, I humbly apologize if people was in there. I'm about to take a look at it because I just thought about it. Might be people getting disrespected in the chat room. Let me look at it real quick. I don't want nobody getting disrespected and they're not getting blocked. Give me 1 second. Let me look at this chat room because I can't see it. I can't figure out how to see it. It's somewhere on my laptop. I don't know where it's at. So I got like a laptop and a tablet up. I'm right here. Just give me 1 second, fam. I'm just making sure ain't nobody getting disrespected. Um, Duchess. I don't know who that is. Got people popping up. Duchess Black Ink. Duchess Black Ink. The first time I see it. I'm just looking at the comments real quick. But I'm down here at the bottom. If somebody's getting something that they don't like, I got my other account in here. As you can see, that's High Vibes. Don't ask me how I made him a moderator. I was playing in here one day and I don't that's a whole nother story. I would like to also let everybody know this is actually my bad boy station. Yes, this is the one where, I use if I get into trouble. Well, not if I get into trouble. Let me rectify that. If somebody come at me with negativeness, this is the one where I use to bring divine order out of chaos. But my other station, I'm going to be going live on that a little bit more often than this one. This is just like my testing station where I learned how to do everything. Um, Hold on, something about nobody disrespected. Hold on, let me try and give you a wrench. Why? Who needs a wrench? What's going on? See, I knew I should have looked at these freaking comments. Who need to be put on time or not? I don't want to block nobody now unless it's cussing. I can't really figure out what's going on here. If there is somebody in the chat room, if there's somebody in the chat room and they're not getting along, I'm asking out of the kindness of my heart for all beef to come to a cease so everybody can enjoy the build and y'all can catch up with each other down the road. Let's everybody just absorb the positive energy. That's what you're supposed to be doing. everybody. If you got beef, but I know how that is when you see them, you just want to go on in because I've been there and I know exactly how that feels. I'm just asking anybody if they got any beef or everything, just put it to a cease because it's kind of hard for me to. I got like two things on up, and I'm still trying to figure on out how to make mods. Then that way I know I don't have to look. I guess I'm gonna have to look at some YouTube videos because I've been trying to figure this one out for a while now. Um, my email is I said peace, love, and light at gmail.com. And of course, you spell IEYE. I said peace, love, and light at gmail.com. If you want to build something positiveness, or if you like to come on here, or if you got something like if you're scared to do the job reasons or anything, if you got a little fake microphone, I won't tell nobody who you really are. And you can put up, a different. Them the only way trolls will come on here because I don't know who you really are because you're doing something to protect your job. And a lot of people they might know me from Facebook as well. Not gonna give that one up because a while back they made me take off my Sarah and put my government name on up there, which I didn't like. Else they would have took my thing down. But even though half the people in here they know me because they watched my name get changed. But this was before I started coming into the conscious community. Now, or I don't know why they call it that because a lot of people are walking around here saying they are, but they ain't. So I'm just going to stick to the YouTube world. Now, this YouTube world, I find it pretty amazing. See, what you have to do, even I slip on up in this area that I'm about to say. And once again, I'm going to say this is not for everybody. I don't want nobody hitting the thumbs down because they think I'm talking to them. What I always say is not for you. These are things that everyone should be aware of, and a lot of people they agree on me, so I'm just expressing my thoughts. And like I always say, if it don't apply, let it fly. Let it fly, let it fly. Now, this YouTube world. Um, the reason why, even though I studied Kemet and the Kabbalah and all of that, you know, and I say I'm not neither one of them, but I enjoy the doctrine and I'm just energy, vibration, and frequency, is because you get some people, they are technical. That means you either can be a comedic set up office on this. Oh, oh, no mind, something popped up on there. So that means if you studying that, that means they trying to say you got to be a comedic. If you read this, then all of a sudden you're a hermetic master or hermetic. That they go together like hand and glove. So I don't want no confusion between the two, and I don't want nobody to be saying, "Oh, that's Greek," or "That's that," or "This that," or "This that." So I just keep it simple and say I'm balanced. Leave me the F alone. I don't care what nobody say. I'm doing me. This is the way I'm doing me. If that's what, and like I tell everybody is an individual divine being. What makes you eat and spiritually grow? Eat on, eat on, eat on. And how do you eat on? The reason why I use energy, vibration, and frequency is because I've learned to use the things that I've read, and through those three things, how to apply it to my life today. You need to learn how to use things on how you can apply it to your life today. Knowledge, that's right, knowledge. Of course, I like to call it jewels because I got a few. Knowledge not applied is useless. That is the reason why, even though I could say like some comedic names to go with the same story, instead of me doing that, instead of saying hero and set or whatever, I would just say positive and negative. That way, I keep everybody happy. Everybody follows the story because some might not know it because they into Hebrew or the Bible and all of that. So I sort of keep everything simple by just staying in the light. Come to the light. Come to the light. Now, let me tell you something else too. This is very important. The reason why I demonstrated the crab, the crack, and Becky and the projects. The, the importance of that is not just so you know who created it in your environment. No, no, no. Who put the grocery stores and all of that up in there? Who set up all the bad food up in there? You got to stop just looking at the rose. It's time to look at the whole bush, the thorns and all, the thorns and all. That's the only thing I'm trying to get you to do is look at everything through the eye so the mind can comprehend. Now that you got that, back to the build. The reason I have mentioned all of these things and who created all these things is because it is written. I want everybody to pay close attention to this, please. And when I get done, you just sit there and let it marinate on your mind like you never let it marinate it before. It is written, that's right, in black and white. It is written, a race, a race, yes, a race that will make you depend on it. That's right, a race that will make you depend on it is a race that will enslave you. Why do you think they are making you be dependent on them? I don't hope I don't need to repeat that once again so it can marinate. A race that makes you depend on them is a race that will enslave you. And that's why it is written, once you free the mind, the body will follow. That wasn't written because we was walking around free. That because many were aware that we were in mental slavery. Just because you have no more chains that you cannot see do not mean you cannot be in mental slavery. You must learn to master self. Mastering self is very simple. Keeping yourself vibing high, reading 360, listening to some good music. That's right, some good music. I ain't talking about all of this, but I'm a little wrong for it too. If it got a nice beat, I'll listen to it too because I'm still learning how to master self. I'm just giving you an example how even some of the things that I say, I haven't really applied it to its fullest. Because for some reason, it's something about a fucking beat. I wouldn't even care what the thing is. I would just love that song. You know what I mean? For example, I hated this song, but it was something about that beat. Who remember that song? I'm in love with the cocoa. Don't mind me. I already know I can't sing, but it was everywhere. Everywhere you went, every radio station, every car that drove by. I'm in love with the cocoa. I'm in love with the cocoa. You know, and that wasn't nothing but a bunch of negative right there. Um, I'm be building a little bit more here. I think. Um, what I was wondering is I'm gonna look at the chat if anybody want to come to the up on the panel. I have no problem, sharing my platform, whatever. That's why I give out my email so that you can come on through and you know. And another thing that I would like to be doing as well, we have to start networking, not just I'm not talking about when I say race first, I'm not just talking about Becky's and all of that. It gets even deeper. We have to, when we say race first, that means we have to realize, how can I put it? Black dollars matter. If you heard me, black money matters. Yes, yes, our mighty buck matters. That means going to start looking for some freaking businesses on out there, or if any of y'all got a business on out there, you can bring some of your stuff on there. You could set up a PowerPoint or whatever you want to do, or model your stuff, whatever you want to do to make you happy, or advertise your website. I don't know how far people is going, or just want to show off a few of your products. You'll be able to do that right here. That because race comes first. That means we have to go back to recirculating the dollar within ourselves. I know to some it doesn't seem like a big deal, but it is time for us to come together collectively and start helping. Instead of every other race business, we start helping our own. I mean, this is not giving no other race no energy, but sometimes you can sit back and observe. If the Chinese can spend the money with the Chinese, you don't see the Chinese opening up Chinese in the hood and then going to barbecue pit or whatever the name of the soul food shack or whatever you want to call it. You don't see the Chinese doing that. You want to know why? Because the Chinese see race first. That means Chinese take the money on out the hood and recirculate it with the Chinese. We have to learn to do that. Every race do that. You got one of those in every little town. You go to freaking Little Italy. Little Italy. They doing the same thing. You go to Little Chinatown. They doing the same thing. I mean, you even go to Poland. They got a little Poland in that area. You go to Little Poland, they doing the same freaking thing. I mean, I'm not saying that it cannot be done. I'm just saying the positiveness that it can be done. And the reason why I'm bringing this on board as well, because networking is the key, and we need to start showing we can come together collectively. And, you know, and if you see, it's all about that they're not stupid. They know, they know that black folks or Moors or Nubians or whatever you want to call us, the ones that don't get sunburned, whatever you want to call us, they already know through our ancestors. All it takes is a funky beat, or a little drums up in there, something, a little funky beat. We gotta work on the beat. We gotta work on the beat. Once they get that funky beat going, You're gonna be so into the beat, your mind don't even realize it, but you're listening to a whole bunch of negative. But it is hitting your subconscious mind, then it's gonna be hitting your conscious mind, and the next thing you know, you're gonna be like, what the fuck all this time? I didn't even know they were saying them words, because now you're singing them. That's what happens with repeated things. The music was created as a downfall. That because they know we are in tune with music. That because music is, I know a lot of people don't believe it, but music is vibration. Everything is vibration. Everything is energy and everything is vibration. And with vibration come frequency. They know that we love certain frequencies, we love certain beats, and that'll give us certain energy. And long as they put some negative words on top of it, we wouldn't even care. And then the next thing you know, we're doing what we accidentally started off singing. That's the only reason why I say I watch what I listen to. And that is the reason why you'll see some of these people, they're wearing it for a trend. See the dude, seen dude last week wearing an Ankh. I'm not going to talk about all the stuff that he was doing, but that's irrelevant. It's the music. It is the music. The music got you saying to live this type of lifestyle. It's all a part of subliminal messages. I'm not here to tell anybody what to listen to. I am here just to say while you are aware, just be careful to what you listen to. Start paying close attention to the words because everybody already know how powerful the words are. Everybody know how important the words I am. Put a funky beat on it, and the next thing you know, you'll have the whole United States in the hood screaming, I am in love with the cocoa, in love with the cocoa. I'm just giving one example of some bullshit that be going on out here in the world. Whoops. I apologize. I'm trying to cut my cussing on now, but sometimes the hood come on out of me as I'm still trying to learn to master self. Is there anything else that anybody would like to discuss? I'm about to look at the chat, and if anybody would like to come on, they can come on. I'll be more than interested to hear how other people be thinking as well. And I also want to say I appreciate everybody that came on through here. And I just put something in the chat. I don't know. I just hit something. Put something in there so everybody know which one, just in case I don't go live here. I'll be going live to this station here. I'm not sure which one I'll be using. I think this one got more people on it. That's why. See, yeah. Now, isn't that ironic? This one got more people on it. Let me talk about that. This my bad boy account. I get in trouble with it. I go bang with, well, not bang, but argue with people with it when we have differences and put up, you know, the other account don't have half of the stuff that this one got. So I'm sitting there just bored one day and I says, you know what? I got some pretty good books for the people on my page, on both pages, right? So I said, let me take a look and see what's going on out there in the world. All the stuff that I was saying that had anything to do with drama got more views than a book. The only reason why I be putting the books on up so you can learn how to focus, concentrate, energy, how to vibe high, how to Feel good. When you feel good, you do good. Health is wealth on the real. You got to feel good to want to do good. It's all in the heart, it's in the mind. It is the power of thought. You can make it happen. And I think that's what made me a little easier to some people call it, I use the word ashe, but others call it prayer, whatever you call it. I believe that that's what has helped me quite a bit. You know, everybody be used to, I could still, people still say it to this day. Oh, you so cocky. Oh, you think you the shit. Oh, you act like your shit don't stink. You know, I still hear it today. But see, that's the type of attitude you got to have before you focus your mind. See, I focus my mind so hard that you won't even believe it to one thing and one thing only. And that is to bring whatever I want into existence. I go in there more cockier than I am out here. I mean, I go in there like it's going down. Yeah, I don't care. I don't care. It's going down. It's happening. I know it's going to happen. I got the power. This motherfucker. I'm not taking no for an answer. I don't give a fuck. I don't give a fuck. I don't care if it's right or wrong. It's going down. A lot of people, I'm just giving you an example of what I do. A lot of people, I used to do the same thing, put my hands together and say whatever I want to say and say amen. Unfortunately, I've learned to control my mind. I learned how to control it first by wasn't easy. Just by simple meditation. Then from meditation, you learn how to focus. Then once you learn how to focus and don't have a whole bunch of scattered thoughts, you put that focus with a little bit of visual thought with it. And the next thing you know, kaboom, kaboom. What you just wanted been manifested. And for those that have a little problem believing what I'm saying, I have audio books on my page to back it on up because the last thing anybody gonna say to me is just because they don't understand it is pseudo. That's the YouTube word for the YouTube world when they don't know something. They don't go research. They're lazy. They just say, "Oh, that's pseudo." You mention something they ain't never heard before. They don't even Google it. They just say pseudo. When they say pseudo to me, I say, go look at my page and go listen to a book. There's plenty of them there for you to read, and I'm going to be uplifting some more when I get a chance. And if anybody else have any very good books or anything that can help the people on out, I probably can find the audio book on that the Vox thing, the Vox.org, where I get my books from. Probably can get it from there. I think I'm saying it right. I'm bad with pronunciation. You know, that because we do everything in Ebonics. You know what I mean? Speaking of Ebonics, I'm sitting here thinking about, we used to say some weird shit. I was sitting here thinking about, when I said Ebonics, I was thinking about what was one of the first things I had said. You know what I was thinking about? When I used to say, when I come to your crib, do I still gotta sneak in the window so your mama don't hear me? I'm just sitting here laughing because who would ever think that the word crib would actually mean palace or home? I just find that quite amusing the way we just put things on up. Or, or how about this one? Um, Bae, let's head outside. Can you pass me my wife beater? I just find this shit kind of amusing the way we come up with shit. Oh, let me screenshot this. Somebody's putting some good books here. Okay, where's that button? I'm in the dark. Okay. All right. Shout out to Black Conscious Fraud Committee. Um, hold on. Restart now. No, remind me later. Oh shoot. I ain't have my computer on. Hold on, let me hit this. Remind me later. Okay. No, something that popped on up. I ain't used my computer in so long that I have it set on up after updates it automatically restart, but it asks you for permission first before it actually does it. I had to catch that real quick. Oh, back to what I was saying. For some nice positive content, make sure everyone goes subscribe to Black Conscience Fraud Committee. And if anybody else want me to subscribe, just put it on in there because some people they feel a little funny about being shouted on out. Just put it on in the chat now. Shout your station on out as well. But yeah, I even Black Conscious Fraud Committee. You got some really good stuff on there. I mean, it was so good. I was hoping the brother don't flag me because I didn't even ask for permission and I just went on over there and took it. That's right. I raped him. Oops, that didn't come out right. You know what I mean? I went on over there and borrowed one of his videos. I did shut him one up and threw it up on my page. But you could tell it was his because it got his logos and all of that. And another thing, still waiting on the email from him. He does all that art graphics and all of that stuff. So I guess if you go leave a comment over there at Black Conscience Fraud Committee, you'll be able to do all of that. He's probably been busy like myself. He was supposed to send me the email about all of his information and the website and all of that. So we're just doing it off the top of the queue right now until he send me the information. We'll be doing things in a little bit more professional manner. Probably one night when I have business night or something like that where whatever somebody talent is or whatever they're selling or doing, then they get it free publicity here or whatever. See, you have to learn to grasp what the heart wants. You have to learn once you grasp what the heart wants, stay with what the heart wants. That means don't be deceived by things that might look physically well to you or something that's going to drive you away from what the heart really wants. You hold on to it and you let it vibe so high and hold on to it like you ain't never hold on to it before. You hold on to it like it's your last $5 or whatever you cherish. You hold on to it like you mean it. That because the reason why I mention that is what you use. Everybody already talked about us being divine. Now, as I discuss, you grabbing your heart and using what you love. That means as individuals, we all have a lane. That's right, we all got a lane. That means my lane is I know how to put in floors and stuff like that. And of course, just in case you ain't know how to tell, I've been told I got the gift of gab. That's my lane. You might have Black Conscious Fraud Committee. His lane is doing all that graphic designs and making logos and all of that. That's his lane. That's what he probably loves to do. That's probably his joy. That's what he likes to do. whatever you do, you grab it with your heart. And when you grab it with your heart and you bring it from your heart and you bring it into existence, you don't just bring it into existence because that's what you like. You be the best at what you can be. You be the best at what you can do. You be the best and don't let nobody stop you from being the best. Every time I do something, I'm a little hard on myself because I always say I could have been better. I could have been better. That because I know the power of words, and if me keep on repeating that, I have no choice but to be better. That means I will no longer and will not ever be stagnant. Me and stagnant is beefing. I will always keep moving. You got to always keep moving. If you like making jewelry, just just don't make no jewelry to make a whole bunch of quantity. Do it with pride. Do it with quality. Do it as if you was gonna wear it. Do it as if you was gonna make it for your mama. Plus, you gotta remember this, whatever you're doing is what represents you. You don't want to be doing no sloppy work because then that represents you. You want to be doing the very best at what you do because that represents you. And you're going to be the very best at what you do. Well, I gotta say one thing. You know, talked to a friend of mine and said, "Oh, I feel like going live." I ain't gonna lie, I said, I don't even know what the hell I'm gonna talk about. Then start hitting a few buttons here and there. Then I said, you know what? I'll do what I do best. Just run my mouth. Cause no matter what it is, I got a few of these funky stones around here. Some people call them crystals. I call them funky stones from Earth. And I got something to help you with your throat chakra. And that's probably the reason why I got the gift of gab. But enough talk about crystals and all of that. That's somebody else's lane. I'm gonna have more in here talking about it. I know a little bit about it, because of the ones I deal with, and I know how to do like cleansing, charging, and all of that other basic stuff that everybody else know how to do. But I'm gonna have one day of just going into details about it because Sarah is tired of hearing people. That's right, people in the YouTube world acting like zombies when they don't understand something. And a zombie first word is pseudo. What I speak on ain't pseudo. Just because this ain't your lane, you sit back, observe, and be a sponge and absorb the knowledge. The reason why I say that is because a lot of people think certain things are pseudo just because they haven't experienced it. They haven't experienced it because the mind is powerful. And if you already put it in your mind, it's pseudo, then pseudo it will be in that's right, your reality. That don't make it pseudo for the world. Now, what we got to do is don't let that negative pseudo energy that people be using all over the YouTube world affect you. You want to get those be saying, "Oh, them damn rocks ain't gonna do shit." Oh, they got me calling them funky stones. Them crystals ain't gonna do anything. That's a whole bunch of hogwash. You do not, I repeat, you do not let that energy hit your 360 because you are a warrior, and a warrior confronts negativity and kills it by all means necessary, while it's in the physical or in the mental. And when you do it like me. That mean you go in there cocky. And you want to know why you go in there cocky? Because you're going in there to chop the head off. That's right. I said it. I'm coming to chop the head off. I don't want to wound you. No, that's no fun for me. Because then I got to watch my back. Because if I just wound you, then I got to worry about revenge. If I come to chop your head on off, you ain't getting back up. But that's enough a little talk about me and how I do things. Everybody got their lane. Some people say I get a little overexcited or I get too passionate. I can't help the way I am. I'm just me. I'm just glad of one thing. Hold on. Alright, what? Oh yeah, I just know one thing. I had to, got a little busy on over here doing something. One thing I want to be is, and that is never ever be soft like ice cream. That's the reason why I will chop the head off with no mercy. And you have what you call, enough talk about that. You have what you call inside of you the chakra, the light chakra, the solar chakra, whatever you want to call it, as above, so below chakra, whatever name you want to call it. That is the light from within. That light from within, you use it to make you shine like you never shined before. And since I'm always say I'm shining brighter than the sun, everybody got permission to use my line, 'cause I have no problem telling people that I shine like the sun. And you better remember, Negro, that even you can't stop the sun from shining. Now, take that and put it in your pocketbook or in your notebook, or put it on your favorite spot in this video, and that'll shut a nigga on up with the quickness, 'cause they can't stop the sun from shining. You, the reason why I'm mentioning sun, because you got those that try and bring cloudiness while you trying to have a sound sunny day. You don't let that happen. You let that sun shine so bright that it blinds them and they back the fuck up on off of you. It can be done. You have to have the power of I am. You got to have the power of I got this. You got to have it in you that there ain't nothing that I can't do. And I don't care if you have to go back to when you was a little kid. Yeah, that's right. Go back to was a little kid and be that train. Everybody know what I'm talking about. Go back to being a little kid and being a train. And if you don't know, now you know. Oh, hold on. Maybe you don't know. As you may know, the little train I'm speaking of is the one going up the hill, and the whole time he's struggling and he's struggling and he's struggling, and the only thing is you saying is, I know I can, I know I can, I know I can. If you got to bring it back to that far, then do that. But me personally, because I like to be as part of the universe, and I like to be as above, so below, and I already described as within, so without. When I went into the little solar chakra and all that good stuff, that's the reason why I prefer I shine like the sun, and for you to remember that even you can't stop the sun from shining. Those are Sarah words. I probably need to copyright it. I got jokes. Well, sort of late. It's 1:20. Trying to decide on should I keep going in or should I go ahead and end it? Because I can't even tell how long I've been broadcasting. I don't even know what I said. Because people have well, like I say, if it don't apply, let it fly. Some people, they have short attention spans. So that means they can't watch long videos. I mean, everybody know I can stay up here and talk all night. What I'm thinking about for the viewers. And what should I name this video? I don't even know. I talked about so much stuff. I guess I'll just leave it like it is. I'm live, because that's what happened. But I was going to try and afterwards just name it to what I was talking about. If you got any ideas, Megalodon 415, shout on out to you. You know, I appreciate your wisdom, God, and all of that, because we namaste. Namaste just don't mean nothing but fancy word. That means I got a brain freeze. Oh, your soul, my soul recognize each other's soul. To put it very bluntly, I don't feel like going into details. That's just a real quick skim off the boat of it. But if you would like to build, give this a good title. That's Megalodon or the Black Conscious Broad Committee or anything like that. And I give everybody permission also, if you're getting into a little altercation on out there, you just tell them Sarah Nusat said, even you can't stop the sun from shining. And I used to put that up on my Facebook page quite a bit. And everybody used to be asking me, I used to get followers all the time. I got like 1,000 or something people that follow me on there. I get a whole bunch of freaking things on Instant Messenger asking me because I don't post on there as much as I used to. They ask me what's going on because I used to drop a lot of jewels about Kemet and all of that other stuff and mind thoughts and all of that. But but oh, thank you so much, Goddess Aakasha, and I'm glad you're enjoying the show. And what I'm trying to do is let everyone enjoy the show. See, you can't have a show that's only for the selected. When I say that, that means if you are only reaching for a certain group of audience, then the show ain't bringing its full potential. What I'm trying to do is let that energy shoot on out there to the universe and make all gods and goddesses absorb it like you ain't never absorbed it before, and just be a sponge and know you're not alone, and also know that this is what I've been called. I should have probably named it the Quiet Storm. Can you believe somebody named me the Quiet Storm? I sort of like it because then I said, yes, I could be the quiet storm because after every storm, there comes a rainbow. See, that's how you turn something into something positive at the quickness. That's what we must learn to do. I'm pretty good at that. You know, I got like quick wits and all of that. That come from, never mind, I want to incriminate myself, but you know how it was in the younger days. Oh, thank you so much, Goddess Akasha. That's highly appreciated. And, you know, sometimes that's what I've been needing, some nice inspirational words. And just like what you done for me, that's what I just want to do that shout out because I'll forget. That's what I was getting into when I was talking about potential. Potential. Sometimes you throw in the knowledge, but you have to let them be able to feel and not through the vibration, through the sound, through the energy, through the words. They got to feel that energy. Once they feel it, they're gonna want to absorb it. Then they're gonna say, ooh. And you know what I like? You know what I like? When I see somebody later on down the road, it could be a month from now, it could be 3 months from now, I'll be hearing, I love your voice. I said, why you like my voice? Because there almost is something wrong in your crazy sounding voice. I remember what you said, and I was picturing your face, and I stayed positive. I said, that's music. That's right. I said, that's music to my ear bone. And it was an honor to help the goddess. Now, that is what we supposed to be doing with these platforms. None of this entertainment stuff. I mean, it's okay because I do it every now and then too during my little chat, but it's a different kind of entertainment. It's the kind where I'm still throwing a little bit of energy, but I'm throwing a little joke with it. You know, what you have to do is you have to break it on up. But most important of all, when when they see you or when they feel you, you know you are doing something positive because somebody out there in the universe is going to hear this and they're going to remember this. And some of them is going to grasp it and say, hey, that don't sound like a bad idea. Let me try it. Let me see if it'll work for me. And I'm going to be going live probably a little bit more often. And you know, if you want, you can share it, do whatever you want. And what else? Oh, and ring the bell and all that good stuff. No, this thing keep popping up. Hold up. Yeah, I hate when I don't cut my computer on for a while because when it does the updates, I gotta set on up to automatically restart. So and it must do some updates because this pop up thing keep on saying about the restart now and have to say no, remind me later. But enough talk about that. I'm having a few technical difficulties, but that won't probably be happening. Well, it won't be happening because I'm going to be going live a little bit more often. And the only thing I'm going to be doing is talking about some positive things that can help you during these times in your life. I might throw up something from the past, but if I do, it'll be something that you can use in your life today and how it can be applied. Um, I would like to also keep on, just in case I haven't looked in the chat room, so I don't know what's going on. If there's any other new people in here, you can do whatever you want while you're up in here. That means I don't mind objective criticism. The only thing that I ask is not to be disrespecting no one in the chat room and don't disrespect nobody on the panel. Oh, I almost forgot. The reason, the reason I was explaining to people how I go about if I become attacked and I just don't settle for the wound and I'm coming to chop your head on off. I got sidetracked where I was going with that. That means I'm that Negro that don't give no second chances because when I'm coming to chop your head on off, I'm doing it with no mercy. That means in the chat room, there will be respect. You can have objective opinions and comments towards me that don't bother me. What I mean is, if I see beef in there or whatever, I don't have no, it's just me running it. That means I'm coming to chop your head on off. I'm not doing no time on out. You might as well say, in other words, see ya and don't want to be ya because you just been to the Nisut Black Party. This is your warning that there will be positive energy, as I have explained. If you got beef with somebody and they in here, you put it on pause or act like you're a troll and just enjoy it from the outside without looking in. You can always come back and leave a comment. I'm just asking everybody to just show respect in the comment section. I hope I'm not asking too much, and I hope everybody understand what I mean when I say I'm chopping your head on off. And in ghetto terms or YouTube world terms, that mean you're just getting blocked. That's all. I ain't got time for no time on now. I'm going back and doing the same thing because that means, in my eyes, I've just wounded you. That's what timeout does, just wounded you. That means I'm giving you the opportunity to come back and wound me again or say something else that's negative. I don't do those. I don't tell nobody else how they run their platform. Just letting everybody know how it's ran on over here, and I'll chop your head on off. Oh, I said that. That is funny, Akasha. I just looked at the chat trying to see if everybody being respectful. That's funny. I'm on a roll. I make all them type of mistakes all the time, the ins and out and all of that stuff. I do that all the time. I'm glad you agree with me. Destroy the enemy completely. See, you got to realize one thing. I'm just going to explain it a little bit so people don't say I'm too harsh or I'm too mean. And the real world. Yes, the real world. I don't know what they call this YouTube world, virtual world, or whatever. I do it the same. That means I only see two people. That is either you're with me or you're against me. And with those same two people comes the other thing, and that is you're either part of the problem or you're going to be part of the solution. And that is what determines on if I'm ignoring you or if you keep coming after me, I got to chop your head on off. That's where those come from. I run this like you should run things like how you do in the real world. That way, if it worked in the real world, it's going to work here. Except for the only difference, I got more trolls out there. You got just people asking for 50 cents and all of that crazy shit and, the regular negative stuff that you see every day. These trolls, they good. They come up with new shit to try and distract you daily. That's their job. They probably got a book on that. They probably got a troll book out there. Oh, I was on mute. I was moving around and I got these things on to try and make my voice go louder. Cause if I don't wear these things, then I come on out super low when I was doing my tests. But you know what? Since I've been attacked by quite a few by a few people, you know what? I'm serious. I've been attacked by a few people and all that, and I've seen and heard every single kind of comment from a troll and all of that. You know what? I should be the creator of the first troll book. And then it ain't gonna be just an average troll book. I'll have the counter reaction to what you say to a troll in the troll book. How about that? Don't mind me, I'm getting sleepy. When I get sleepy, I talk a little crazy, you know? Because everybody know that, you know, that way it won't be just something for the trolls, because that'll be putting negative in the universe. But it tells you the positive things to shut them on up and then get them on off your back. That worked it for me. So, it wouldn't be just your average troll book. Oh, you got Blog Talk? Well, I would love to be on Blog Talk. I was invited before, but I just said no because I don't know. Sometimes, you know, you got people on out there that are your friends, and then you got others that are there to just use you, unfortunately. And when they use you, that means they're only doing something to benefit themselves. And then when they get done with you, they throw you away like you're a used piece of toilet paper. So sometimes I already know I'll probably do good because everybody, everywhere I go, everybody be like, with a voice like that, you should see if you can get into other things with your voice or radio or something like that. I've been hearing that for quite some time, and you know, I don't know why I never pursued it, but that always came across to my mind. Like, I don't know. I'm just thinking out loud. But I think everybody know after tonight. Oh, let me ask this. If I was a guest somewhere on somebody blog talk, would y'all tune on in and hear what I got to say on the radio? Press a one if you would tune in to hear what I got to say on the radio, or be partners or co-host somewhere or something like that. Let me see if I should pursue this or not. I don't even know if I got people up in here. I need to look at the thing. You want to hear something funny? Y'all gonna love this. I'm telling people if I was on Blog Talk or something, to press one. You know what the funny part is? I can't even see the chats. But don't worry, I'm gonna check it on out. Oh, okay. Uh-oh. Shout out to I Shoe Don Can't. I do that because I don't know. Peace, love, and light to you. Um, the choices were one or two, but you know, maybe he's blind or something. I'm trying to think of a positive reason he would put seven instead. Oh yeah, I appreciate all the ones, and I'm glad everybody would listen to me. That's highly appreciated. Maybe I'll figure out what I'm gonna do from here. But I must say one thing. If I was to do something like that, I always keep everything a buck. I wouldn't want to do it with myself. I would, because everybody know I love energy and all that good stuff that goes along with it. That means I would rather have a female there with me to be doing it as well. That way, it'll be balanced, and most important for all, I know it'll be done in a respectful way. But in certain things, it is nice to get a perspective from the man point of view and the female point of view, because sometimes they might not see everything eye to eye, but for some reason I can get along with a female better, as far as us not seeing eye to eye things. The men that they get the egos going, they start getting their pennies all up in the thing like they got on thongs and all of that bullshit. Next thing you know, they screaming and yelling, and I ain't with all of that. Then they got you screaming and yelling, and ain't nobody talking about the point no more, because everybody mama has this and that and all of this, you know. And I've noticed in the past that never happened when it was just me and a female rocking. No disrespect to the men or anything like that. Like I always say, if it don't apply, let it fly. I was just speaking on my personal experience and how I see energy probably has a lot to do with it. And I think it'll be best for the viewers as well. The reason why I say best for the viewers as well, when you're on a blog talk, sometimes it's best to have, because you're going to have male and female view listeners. Sometimes you have to say things to please both energies. Oops, I'm still on energy. Both the male and female. Um, I'm just winging this, trying to let everybody think about what I have said. Want everybody to let what I said not to ever, I repeat, don't ever say or think what I am saying is in a negative way. If it appears that way to you, then that means you are in darkness and need to come to the light. What I mean by that is that means what you have been perceiving as your reality might be something that was put there by the puppet master, and it is time to pop those strings and do your thing and get in your lane. Get in your lane. When you get in your lane, you heading towards the light like you ain't never seen before. That is the whole purpose of being aware, doing things and noticing things that you ain't never done before. That is the purpose of doing meditation. That is the purpose of doing manifestation. You want to know why? Because you got to be like that show, Star Trek. You got to be like, I want to go where no man has gone before. And then you have a little cocky attitude like me, and boom, bam, kaboom, you're there. And remember, there's nothing to fear but fear itself. And plus, if you go in there so cocky, anything that's in there anyway, just gonna get the hell on out your way, cause you that nigga. Fear is used. That's right. Fear is used. Fear is one of the energies that keep you vibrating real low. That's why they like to show so much fear so they can keep you vibrating low and don't have you vibing up high where you need to be. You want to be always vibing high and feeling good. If you vibing low, then you won't be able to raise your kundalini or raise your vibration from the lower self up to the higher self. Just in case you don't know what kundalini is, I'm trying to keep everything simple for everybody. Fear will make you scared to do that. Fear will be in your mind and say and put doubt in your mind. That's why they show so much of that stuff on television. And that's the reason why they have so many biracial shows at a certain time, because they call it the program, the program, the program. How many people out there is zombies and being programmed? How many people out there is conscious and is aware and is walking in the light? And in walking in the light, you're uplifting one, teaching one, preaching one, loving one. That's what it's all about. It ain't none of this putting each other down. It ain't none of that. And it ain't all about talking about something from a million years ago without showing how it can be applied today. Everything that I've done was certain things. I just didn't put names on it that come from a million years ago. But I didn't put no name on it. You are like two and one. That's the way some people see things because you are energy. Energy. That means since you are two and one, that means you are positive and negative, but it is one. You are traveling on that one to where you want to be, and that is your higher self, never your lower self. And we're gonna have a little quick chemic class. Lower self is set. He is the lower self. That's why you hear people saying set and hero is in one. Set is of the lower self. If you know the story of Set, he was also dealing with ego. He was also into chasing material things. He was vibrating real low. And then you have hero. Hero. That's where the word hero comes from. Hero, Heru. Or the Greeks sometimes call him Horus. And that is higher self. That is something from the past that is being used and shown how to be applied in the present. It is useless to just know a story but don't know how to apply it to yourself. Now that you know Heru is your higher self and that it also, that's where they got the word hero from, may all the gods and goddesses be heroes. And that's facts right there. And I'm not like everybody else. I read a lot of books and I need to read a whole lot more books. And so you can't really say that I'm wrong about anything that I say because it came on out of a book. I'm not no I'm not no person with a YouTube scholarship and a Google degree. I just read. Reading is good for you. That's why I put those books on my page because I don't want people to be saying they can't afford a book. Or they'll say, I don't have that much memory on my phone, so I can't download the book. Now you have no excuse because I'm putting books on up and then you can apply it. And don't be telling me and don't be leaving me no comments on my books talking about they from a European. We ain't dealing with no negative energy. You must remember one thing. If we are the originators and supreme being of everything, then that means they are only regurgitating. Oops, that didn't come out right. Regurgitating. Oops, that didn't come out right. I'm half sleepy. You get what I'm saying? Our knowledge. And I hope that made everybody wake on up me trying to say that word. Um, what I would like to do is another reason was I had some difficulties that's all rectified now. That's another reason why I want to go live because then I would have been have to worry about my chat room and all of that and negative energy. So I was just chilling and waiting with that. But now since it appears all that is over with and it is because I'm that nigga that chop heads off. We can go back to building and doing things in a positive way and using network. And if anybody got some good books, let me know. I'll try and find them, or we can pass them around. Um, I'm not going to be announcing no book clubs yet because I don't know if that's a private thing or what. So I'm not going to be really going into details about that. But what I will say is I would suggest people try getting into book clubs. Book clubs is fun, interesting, and they help you motivate you to read as well. You might be like, oh, I don't feel like reading. But then if you're in a book club, you'll be like, oh, we're supposed to be here by such and such. Let me try and get a couple of pages in because I want to get in on the discussion too. That is the positiveness out of a book club. Um, I gotta get mines. Oops, mines. There I go. I'm getting sleepy. The. I gotta drop some subliminal message to the book club leader. Maybe she'll listen to my video one day. Hint, hint. I got jokes. Shout out to 118 ill. Thank you for coming on through. I think you the flat earther. Shout out to you and the flat earther. I think you probably got a few other people up in here that don't think the earth is flat, but I don't really get into all of that, whether it's flat or round. I'm more into, and that is to no disrespect for those who find that as a passion. I'm not knocking you down or anything. That's just like that's your lane. You wasn't here earlier. I was talking about what people lanes are, what they like to do, what their interests is, and they should go for and pursue them. And it keeps you working in a positive way. That's just not my lane, whether it's flat or round. Wow, it's two. Oh, thanks a lot. I really appreciate the support. 118. No, I don't mind. We could talk about that one day. I'm just not into that. And, I go over there every now and then to hear what the people be saying. But y'all be going in there deep, or, I mean, y'all be going in deep. I ain't never heard, y'all be mentioning words I ain't even never heard of when y'all start talking about outer space and all that stuff. I'd be like, wow, these guys all into it. Y'all had, I went on over there to Dread Channel one time. Y'all had me doing more Googling than listening, trying to keep up with y'all. Give me 1 second here. Cause I can't even do nothing. I don't know why I can't do nothing here. It's like my chat room somewhere else. Hold on, I know what I'll do. Okay, copy it there. Open up another tab. Oh shoot, where did that go? Hold on, I got to here we go, son. My main account, I got to hold on, I got to send it to my email because my laptop won't let me see it. It don't let me chat. It don't let me make moderators or nothing. All right, now where's that little thing to make a mail? Oh, hold on. I forgot about this. What you call that thing? The Hangout. Yeah, that's it. Let me get this back on. Aakasha. I sent it in the Hangout we was in.
Hey,
How's my favorite little goddess? It's an honor
how
to
are
have
you,
you on
Sarah?
here.
How are you?
Good. Now that I got some balance on the panel.
Oh, your show was good, Sarah. That was really nice. I really appreciate it. It was really relaxing, really nice. It's good to see you on your panel doing your thing. It seemed quite natural for you. Is this your first time live streaming?
Yeah, the last time I live streamed was only like 5 minutes or something. I ain't really did it. I just taught like
Oh,
5 minutes. It was more like a test. It wasn't like what I'm doing now. It wasn't nothing like
uh-huh.
that. But being up
You
here by
went,
myself.
I don't know
Oh,
how
oh,
long you went for, but that was a good long while. It was great, too. Really nice. I'm out here enjoying the night air, walking, and looking at this. I want to say it's a quarter moon, and it's beautiful. It really is. Yeah.
yeah, I love the moon. I think it's supposed to be full tomorrow, right?
I think so. I think so. We had a couple this month already, and it's just beautiful right now. It feels really good out here.
Yeah, it's nice.
And,
That's what I used to do that too all the time. Like even right about now, just go walking in the middle of the night. And I'd be like, "What you doing on out here?" And you know what I used to tell them because I always used to call myself the sun. It used to be like, how many times I gotta tell you I'm the son that come on out at night?
Exactly. Exactly. I mean, I like the daytime. I like the sun, but I also like the night too. You know, we got to get out up under the moon as well.
Yeah, especially I like it like if it's a full moon, and especially if it's like a clear night and you can see a bunch of stars. Oh, that junk just it gets me excited like you
Hmm.
wouldn't even believe.
Yeah. Like sleeping out in the backyard or at the park, getting a blanket and just laying out, chilling, looking up. Wonder how many people do that.
Yeah, I remember I used to go for bike rides, right? So I had
Mhm.
this little honey dip, right? So she always, I mean, this girl, she had like one of them racing bikes. I just had like a regular mountain bike, right? So she would always be trying to show off, trying to tell me, drive faster, drive faster, drive faster. I'm like, no, 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 I ain't driving faster. I said, what is the rush? Sometimes you gotta sit back and enjoy the scenery. If you're going fast, you're gonna miss all the beautiful things. Now that we sitting here talking, did you
Mhm.
notice that little rose bush on over there? You always got to come up with a made and make excuses for everything to happen the way you want. That must be a woman thing. I hear that quite often.
Yeah, but it's true though. How you doing? I'm good. Very good. Keep it moving.
Yeah, I like
Why you
those.
quiet? Why you quiet, Sarah?
Um, if I tell you, I want everybody. I don't want you to start blushing, cause I want them to be knowing that I'm quiet, cause I'm admiring this beautiful picture up on my laptop. Now you made me snitch my own self for a now.
Ah, that's funny. Uh,
Is there anything you would like to add to what we is discussing? Of
no,
course,
I just
discussing
wanted to
quite a
come
bit.
and say hi and tell you that you had a great show. Hold on one second.
Oh yeah, I appreciate you coming on and telling me that. Especially when I was telling you, I don't really go into the chat room too often. And then maybe one day you can show me how to do my Google Hangout. Cause when I hit the messaging, it says group chat, and every time I type something there, it don't pop
To
on up.
do what?
My chat, it don't pop on up. I can't text from here.
Oh,
That's why I
yeah.
can't make no moderators or anything. I can't get into my chat room.
No, I heard you. You said you don't like instructions. If you was that with you said with computers or with learning other stuff? Which one was it? Because you said one you don't like instructions with, and the other one you don't mind.
Right. The like
Mhm.
the do it yourself videos that don't really turn me on. I need like a seductive voice to be my teacher.
Okay. Okay. You need a personal instructor, right?
Oh, I'm glad you feeling me.
Yeah. Sometimes they don't be up to your speed. Like it's like having the wrong teacher. Sometimes the video works. You'll watch a video and then you're like, I didn't get any of that. But you go in the comment section, everybody's like, thanks, man, that helps a lot. Like what? No, it's just I. We gotta find that right match.
Yeah, that's why I don't
Oh.
really like those YouTube videos because you know what I was thinking? I was thinking this dude paid for some trolls or paid for some subscribers and he got them doing whatever he say do. Cause I said, ain't no way. I did this step by step by step and it still ain't working. I
Well,
think
not
them be pay.
necessarily. Not necessarily. I think sometimes it may be a little bit of that, but it's also that they just weren't the one. You know, you might go. to the next video or the next couple of ones, and you'll find the other person that explained it just the way you needed to hear it.
Oh, you know what?
I've had that happen myself.
Oh, okay. Well,
And it's not that much different. It's just that their method, maybe it's their tone in their voice or, the speed in which they explained it. It's just that vibe wasn't working for you. It's like getting the wrong teacher, you know, in college, and you got to, change them out because you don't want to fail in grades. So,
all right, let me try it this way. I put my
but the moderator, because I want a wrench, right next to the person. I think you have to tap it to make it show up, but you can click and you'll see.
I know, but see, I'll be typing stuff. Shoot, I should to come in under my other account and show you what I mean.
Oh, I'm not even looking at the chat. You realize I'm actually going for a walk?
Mm,
You don't hear the cars going by and
yeah,
all the
yeah,
outside noises and stuff. Mhm.
I know what I'm gonna do. Let me see. I gotta show you what this look
Okay,
like.
now I can see the chat. So, see, if you click not, well, you're on the computer, right?
Yeah, hold on, I'm about to show it to you.
Okay.
I think we're here.
Haha, I think I got it. Something I've been waiting for.
Oh, it just says copy.
Took so long.
It won't let me sign in.
Wait a minute. How is that? Sarah, may I ask you, what are you doing?
Oh, I was trying to sign in under another account. So
Oh,
then I was
see what happens? See, I don't even know how trolls keep up. Because you have two, right?
I got a tablet and a computer and a cell phone.
And you're trying to get out and get back in on one. I don't know how the trolls do it.
Yeah, I'm trying to figure out how can I sign in, and it won't let me sign in on my other phone. And that's the one I usually Google all the time with.
Mhm. But you're live on a different device, right?
Yeah.
It's not impossible. It may give you difficulties, but it's not impossible. So I don't know.
See, I'm on my tablet now since it won't let me do that under the other account. But I got a um another account, because I'm sort of like a bad boy, so I get blocked a lot. So I got this one.
Oh, you got another account, Sarah?
Yeah. So I was trying to sign into it.
Is that your bad account?
No, this is this. I got a Sarah Aha. That one it can barely go anywhere. Yeah, that one can't go nowhere. Yeah, that one can't go
Oh.
nowhere. He's blocked everywhere he go.
Mm-mm-mm. Well, that's that balance. We all gotta, you know.
Yeah, yeah, but
Hey.
that because I was a bad boy when I
If
was
you if you have both of your devices, I'm gonna tell you this. I'm gonna be honest with you, Sarah. Are you signed in under High Vibes?
um no no I'm
Oh,
under
are you completely signed out as High Vibes?
yeah
Okay, because that would be important.
yeah. See, I got High Vibes is High Vibes Save Lives TV. This is my
Mhm.
I said peace, love, and light account.
Right, but you're trying to You're trying to get signed in under the account that you're now live streaming from, right? So you can do some control type stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah. So yeah, just make sure you're not signed in on any other account right now. So I close out Google pages that you had open. That'll help you too.
Uh, yeah, I was trying to figure out how I can do my so I can make moderators.
Are you signed in already?
Yeah, when I
Oh, well,
no, I'm signed in under one account, and one account on my Google Hangout,
uh
the
huh.
OBS, whatever they call it. It don't let me. It don't let me. Oh, hold on. It says you join chat. That's all it says.
Okay, help me understand where you are, and then I can assist
When you
because
go
you're
on,
confusing me.
you go on when you got the Google Hangout out, right? Then you go to the top left corner. That's how I did it before. Go in the top left corner and you see the little messaging thing, and then the chat comes on up. Instead of me seeing the actual chat, it just say group chat.
It says what chat?
Group chat, like I'm in back chat. It don't let me see
Uh huh.
the chat that's with the
Okay, but you also say you're using OBS, right?
um yeah, that's what you have to use, or else it doesn't work, or else your Hangout don't work.
Really?
Yeah, I think you have to have it installed. I didn't click on it when I hit
Who
go
told you
live now.
that?
Oh, well then I'm not using it. When you hit go live now, Google just pops up.
Well, yeah, you don't have to use OBS for your Google Chat to work. No, if that's the
Um,
case, a lot of people would be left out because a lot of people, don't use it. But you don't have to use OBS just to do a regular show like what you're doing because you're not trying to, you know, present anything or do any fancy windows or you was just doing a regular show. So you don't want to overcomplicate it if you don't need to since you don't have it like down pat like that. But now I'm trying to figure out where you are because it sounds awkward. But you need to be in the chat for sure to click someone to make them a moderator. So if you're trying to
yeah,
get in the hangout, then you're not going to make them a moderator from there. In the comment section and in chat room is where you make them a moderator.
yeah,
Which
but
you have that up, right? Because you was looking at it earlier.
yeah, but hold on, let me see if I can. You know what? I'm gonna put it in.
This air is nice. Ugh.
Yeah, it's like
But what's the problem? What is the problem? That's where I'm getting lost at. Like, if you're in the chat, next step. That's where we're at. Next step. Other than that, you're having difficulty still, then you must be somewhere else besides the chat.
okay.
Or you're just fooling with me and you're checking your emails.
No, 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 no.
So now I'm going to charge you for this lesson now.
Now I'm about to join under my other account. I figured it on now.
Okay.
Oh, hold on, let me get this muted.
That water looks so nice.
Oh shoot!
Whoa, Sarah, what are you trying to do to us?
Did it go away?
Huh? This isn't the auditorium and this isn't the Mac.
Hold on. Now I was trying to show you my screen. It's making too much feedback when I was coming on another account. I was gonna take that and take the video off and show you my screen so you can tell me what to do.
Let me go back.
But it was making too much feedback.
Okay,
And I
because
had
you
it on
can't.
mute.
Well, you probably won't need me to see it. If you go in the chat
Mm-hmm.
and go next to whomever's name you want to make moderator.
I
Now,
know. That's what I'm trying to explain to you. I don't see nobody in the chat. All it is a blank picture. You know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna
uh,
take a picture and send it
refresh
to the
it,
hangout, and
refresh
then
it,
you can
and
tell
see
me
if
what
that
to do.
helps. Well, I don't have it running. I have the chat up, but I don't have like the video running. I'm on my cell, so I'm gonna be able to see whatever you can show me from the actual back chat where we are.
That's the one that I sent you the email in, right? I mean the chat in,
Mm,
right?
mm-mm. No, where we're actually live at, where we are
Oh,
in the actual hangout for our call.
oh,
Because I'm switching back and forth, which there's no reason for me to stay there, but I can pull up the chat from my cell. But if I play it, then yeah, we're gonna have double feedback. So I have the video on pause, but I'm looking at the chat. So if you present something, I won't be able to see it the same way everybody else will. In other words, that's what I'm telling you. So, with that being said, what I'm saying to you is you need to be in your regular chat room where you just type that with your bad boy account. And if you don't see it popped up, then try recycling the page, refreshing it, and letting it see if that works. I mean, I think it's been like 3 days since somebody typed something. So here you go. Now you recycle it, and you should probably see your chat pop up. Man, that water looks good. I should go swimming right now.
oh! I just figured out how I could have just invited you. Oh, I didn't even know.
It's fun when you're learning, right?
Yeah, yeah. I was wondering what that little people person was next to the mute button.
Yeah, that's another way to do it. Somebody had their dog out here. That's so rude. Pick it up. Jeez, spoiled my walk. Stink, stink, stink.
Um, well, I don't want
Oh
nobody.
no.
I can't figure it on out. So, what I'm gonna do is, I took a picture of what my screen looks like, and that way I'll just send
Oh,
it to
Lordy,
you.
Lordy, Lordy, Lordy. Some people just can't get over.
What are you talking about?
Try my best to get over. Some
Let me
people just
find
can't
on
get
now.
over.
No, I know
You
when you're singing to me and when you're singing to the chat. What's going on?
my buddy, Sarah. You my buddy. Kids, you know I'm trying to help you, right? You know this ain't got nothing to do with nothing else, but you know, some people just, you know, can't get over.
Let me look at the chat.
Cause why you here? Nobody bothering you. I'm helping my buddy out. Shoot.
Oh, oh,
Talking about. That's what we do, right, Sarah? That's what we do.
mm-hmm.
Mhm.
Uplift each other. That's mandatory. And the
So,
world got to be noticing we ain't doing no bashing, even
mm-mm.
though, we got every right to that because we changed. And you want to know why? I'll answer it
Yes.
for you. You just sit back and look cute. The reason why we not bashing no more is because since we the gods and goddesses, we are
Mhm.
going to show y'all how to get down by leading by example. That's right. You
You
can't
know what I
just,
think I'm about to do? I think I'm about to play with my remote control car. I'm gonna set my camera up, Sarah, so you can see it.
oh yeah, that'll be
It's,
fun.
well, that's probably not a good idea because it's nighttime. It's not. You're not. All you're gonna see is some red and blue lights going, choo, because that thing goes up to 175 miles per hour.
Wow.
Yeah. So as
Wow.
soon as I take off, it's gonna be gone.
Wow. Oh, you
And it
got you
has
a
like
real one.
lights
Is it, I want to
on it.
see it. Is it like a four
It's the
wheeler or a
no,
car?
it's the last Dodge that what's his name? Wow, really? I don't know his name now. The last Dodge he had in the Fast and Furious, the black one. Dom. Yeah, it's Dom. Yeah, it's that car. But my son built his, and his is I can't even lie. His he can do all kind of like stunts with it because it won't tear up.
While you hooking that on up, I gotta make a quick
Nah,
one.
I'm
But I
not gonna
wanted
do
to
it
see
because
it.
that's yeah. I'll do it
You
during the
got me all
daytime
excited.
though.
You got me all excited.
I know, because I wanted to play with it right quick, but to actually get the tripod and then do it, it won't be worth it because it's so dark. Like you won't be able to see it once it leaves from right here. You see what I'm saying? It's nighttime. It's not
Um,
like I'm gonna be driving slow. Whip game strong. Bye.
o-
You're gonna see lights gone. Boom. You're gonna be disappointed. Looking for some action.
the reason why I was saying that we lead by example is, oh, I don't know if anybody late. There's no disrespecting nobody or nothing like that in the chat room, and I don't do no timeouts. I just block you. As long as you don't do that, then you cool in the game. Now I was telling G Duck that even though he blocked me from his station, I still got nothing but love for him because
You
we
got
got
blocked, Sarah.
I got blocked by T Duck, yeah, but I
I didn't
got
think anybody would block you. What you get blocked for?
I don't even know. I can't even remember. It's been so long ago. I'm gonna keep it a buck. I don't even remember. But that's just an
Wow.
example of us leading by example. You don't two wrongs
Right.
don't make a right. So he could stay and chill long as he don't cuss nobody out or nothing. I don't care.
But you know that's what's going on with the block button though. It has an unblock too, so it works both ways. It's a revolving door sometimes. So it's kind of like timeout if you use it that way. You can block people and unblock them again. You know. I mean, are we really trying to block each other for real? For real? We trying to block that cracker. Yeah. We trying to block that cracker. Get your ass out of here, white man. No, 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 white man. Oh, you can't have my babies, white man. Mm-mm-mm. Can't
Yeah.
have my man, white girl. Becky, you bitch. You stinky salami smelling bitch. Ew. Becky. Oh my gosh.
Not the Pecker
Fucking Becky.
Woods.
This is fucking Becky, man. Get the fuck out of here with that shit, man. So corny. Ew.
Oh man, I got bad news for you.
Mm-mm.
I got bad news for you.
Mm.
You was imitating Becky so good. If somebody closed their eyes, they gonna think they was with Becky.
Somebody, what? Somebody, what? Oh, you know what?
No, I said your imitation of
No,
Becky
I mean,
was
I didn't
so
want you to
good.
repeat it because I heard what you said.
No, that means you're doing a good job. I like the way you imitating Becky.
I don't know how. I don't know. I don't know if I want to take that as a compliment. But be and then, I've heard that my whole life. Oh, you sound like a white girl. Well, it's this thing called using proper diction, proper pronunciation, and shit like that. I'm saying
Yeah.
happens. It's not talking white. It's talking
Yes.
like them crackers taught me how to talk. So
Now
I
what?
guess it is talking white.
Yeah. What about the other thing? The my moderator can't make moderators, right?
No, stop. Actually, I'm not that deep into. I'm not a live streaming expert. Number two, I'm not on level two. I'm on level one. So that's a level two question or a level three. I'm on level one. Me myself. I never heard of that before, but I know my raters can do some things.
I can't remember how I made this high vibes dude a moderator. I can't remember.
But Sarah, I'm just trying to. You know what? I wish I was at my laptop. Maybe I should go inside. Because I'm trying to figure out how you lost. Because if you're in your chat, so you're not in your chat,
No,
right?
no, I have right now. I have a laptop, right?
Mhm.
At one time, I had three things going. That's when that other picture popped up for a minute.
Mhm.
I got my
Mhm.
laptop. That's Sarah Nisut. That's my laptop. Then
Mhm.
I'm on my tablet at the same time. That's high
Gotcha.
vibes, save lives. And then when I tried to
See,
come in,
wait. Can we pause right there?
yeah, yeah.
Remember, I asked you earlier. Are you signed in under two accounts at the same time? And you said no, but you are. So if we eliminate that for just for until we get past this, that might help you
Oh,
because
so
Google
put this
Google's
account
smart.
under. Oh, so put this account under Sarah Nisut, the same one as
No,
this one.
no. You're live streaming from one account. That's the only account you should care about staying signed in under until you do what you want to do, and then you can go back to having fun. But Google's very smart. Google knows, right? Google knows. So if you're signed in under both of your accounts and you're so close with your devices, and then you're trying to do all this extra stuff. No, you don't get to. Sometimes Google, you don't get to do all of that. So maybe if you sign out of the other account, that might help you. And then and we can go back. And I think I know where you might be having a problem getting your chat up
See,
because
I'm gonna take a
when I
picture of
first
this.
started,
When I got it up, it says just go to channel.
Sarah, what's your Nisut? Let me say this to you, okay? If you are not going to follow any steps, I don't know what to tell you. Okay, first thing you will want to do is to try and narrow it down to just that one account. That you may want to start there, just so you can get where you want to be, because you're trying to throw Google for a loop, and they're not feeling that.
I
I'm
did
gonna
that,
tell you what I
guys.
know, and then you could try and get your chat pulled up and popped out, because that's what you want. I hear, but they're gonna push and pull against you while you're signed in like that. But don't listen to me though. Peace, Eddie Frost. I'm about to leave Sarah to himself. He gonna be feeling with this thing all night. My time limit is almost up. I tried.
What you mean your time limit is up?
Cause you're just like a male student. You just wanna keep doing. You fiddling around. I don't know what you're doing. It's like we driving down the street, and you're not gonna ask for directions. You're gonna just keep driving. You're like, I know it's around here somewhere. I'm like, you see that store right there? I bet you that lady in that store, she know where it is. No, no, I remember it was this street, or we gonna find it. We gonna find it. You just still driving. They done ate and everything. Baby done went to sleep. Done went home. We done missed it.
Hey,
Still driving.
you called that one right too, because I remember the girl used to be like, you don't remember you drove by the same spot twice already?
Mm-mm. Still driving. I'm like, well, how about this map right here? How about that? You want to try that? No, no. I know where it is. I know where it is. Okay. Well, All right. Cool.
Yeah, but
I
that's
guess
that's
I guess
that
we
ego
get there
thing.
somehow, another.
Yeah.
That's what it is. So we should be singing then. 'Cause I heard you singing earlier.
Oh, what
I heard you
song was I
singing.
singing?
You was singing all kind of stuff. I don't know. I was in and out, but I heard melodies coming out of your mouth. Sounded very happy. I like it. It was a good stream. Joy, joy, joy. Very nice. Very nice.
Well, that because you know how to make my day. You wanted the good girls. I mean, good goddesses that ain't come out right. No
You think
disrespect.
so? Oh, we all call ourselves girls sometimes. It actually all get mad if somebody call you a boy. See, we don't have that problem. We like to be a girl sometimes. 'Cause we are girls.
Yeah, you right. But I bet you nobody won't get mad if you call them daddy.
They can do whatever they want to do 'cause I won't. 'Cause I don't think my father would like that.
You know I'm just cracking
mm.
jokes.
That's one thing This don't even feel right. It don't sound right. I don't think it's right. You didn't birth me. No way. We more creative than that. Get your own name. Show me what to call you. Let's see. Hmm.
Oh, you got my mind going 100 miles an hour. But
There you go.
unfortunately, we gotta keep it PG, so I can't really say what I really want to say.
You might not even. This is not the PG class. We're gonna have to go to pre-K. We're gonna have to keep it pre-K around here. These folks ain't ready, boy. They have to keep it pre-K. How you doing? You say I'm in
Oh,
love
shout
with my
out to
Coco. I got a song for Sarah. We gonna start singing Beyonce's Ego in a minute, 'cause I'm gonna ask Sarah a question. Sarah, how you doing with your figuring out your stuff? How's it going?
still driving down the street 100 miles an hour, not which would know which way
you
to go.
you haven't even slowed down yet, have you?
No, I speeded it on up, thinking I'm gonna get there quicker, heading it probably in the wrong direction.
Wow, that's something else. That's something else. Yeah. But you had a good stream. Somebody was asking me about those crystals we were talking about. So maybe we should be talking about that a little bit more. We never did get back to that.
Oh yeah, that sounds like a good idea. You mean on it later?
The
Oh,
you were asking me about.
I didn't mean to interrupt you. Go ahead.
Oh, you're fine. I do it all the time.
No, finish
So
saying what you were saying. I was just saying didn't
no,
mean to interrupt you.
you were asking me about a specific one. I remember when we talked the last
Oh yeah, it was
time. I don't remember, but I did put it on the meme picture.
mm,
And I said the next time we got on the panel, I was going to talk about it with you. But I can't do that if I can't remember which crystal that was. I mean, there's so many doggone crystals, but geez. The- I remember the color was like a dark teal, very pretty. don't remember the name. Oh well, it'll come. It'll come. So, because it's quiet, how about
I got
the book? Have you read any of it yet?
um I was
Long pause, nothing. It's the truth. Just tell it.
I know I am, but you know how can I say this? This is one of them I don't know. I was talking to one dude and he was saying you never can give a yes or no answer. You always got to tell a story to go along with it.
Ah,
But
I think I heard that conversation too.
yeah. So I was getting ready to read it, and then I got overwhelmed by some messages
Oh
that I
my
couldn't even
God.
believe.
Now
And
I
then
see why he said that. What
and
is
and and
you? Are you about to give me a story to go with
and,
that?
and then everything got rectified. And then I got so happy that I decided to go live and share my happiness with the rest of the world. So I'll
Mm.
probably start reading it tomorrow. I was just letting you the
Mm.
reason why I didn't start reading it today because when you're feeling joy, sometimes it's nice to share it. What you put into the universe is like the
Wow.
boomerang and it comes right back to you.
You know, Sarah, that was all right. That was all right, but you're not slick. You're not slick. You be going a long way to get home, don't you? That was all that. So, if I wanted to say something about you not even reading a couple of pages, you left me know I couldn't do nothing but be happy after that story. Like wow, that was a good story. Like you, I could imagine you as a child. Did you spill that milk? Well, Mom, let me tell you. Well, see, when I was, you were one of them, huh?
hmm
Mhm. I bet you talked yourself out of many about weapons.
They was
Like,
where was they used that in Kim? I'm trying to think of that one that begin with L. Um, what they call that freaking thing? What they call that beetle that does the sun and life be born on out of it? It makes the
the
dung. What's
scarab.
that? Yeah, yeah. That's it. That's it. T duck. The scarab. It's made out of lapis lazuli. No, I'm multitasking. I'm answering G duck question and talking to you at the same time. He was asking me where they was used at, and in the Bible, the Moses brother, I forgot his name, he had that plate on, and it had the 12 jewels. Those are crystals there too. Those are two places that they was used off the top of my head. You can go check it.
The magical book of Moses.
Yeah, I
The
got.
magic. I can't wait till we start talking about that book. The magical book of
Are
Moses.
we reading one or two chapters?
I'm waiting for you to get started. And I get started in it. I think if we get a chapter or two in, then we should probably come together and see what we think so far, like what we, discuss it, and then dive back in a little bit more. Not too early, not too far in. I have a couple other people that are wanting to join and are very excited about that book too. So being that we're so early in the game, I want to go ahead and send them a version of the book and that they will be able to get on board with us. And these are some, you know, curious little things, some intellectual. So I
Oh,
think it'll be fun.
well, I'm glad the book club is growing, and I must say that I would like to give all credit to my third eye. That's the reason why I did not start because if I would have started reading, then I would have had to wait for the new members to catch on up. And I thought it'd be only fair if we all started together. Good thing my
And
third
I
eye
didn't
ain't
start either.
decalcified. Oh, you did?
No,
Oh,
I
you
mean
got
it's
me
my
feeling guilty like
book,
you
so
started.
I can't lie and say I never read it before. But I mean, I got over 4,000 books, so reading a book again is not. It's especially if I haven't read it in a long time. Then I would. It's kind of like see that's one I haven't read in a long time, so it would be like starting over. And then I never read the whole thing when I read it too. So, but I'm ready to dive into that one.
Yeah, I'm definitely gonna do that
Yeah,
tomorrow.
Black
Just
Conscious Black Conscious Fraud Committee says crystals are minerals and minerals is energy, and this is correct. This is very correct. Just like I have the little video there of the shungite that I use to help cleanse the chemicals and toxics out of the water. And shungite is a copper-based mineral. There are some that are very useful to us, being around all these electronics, and those would be the copper-based, you know, crystals.
yeah, they even like I be watching them do them little tests. They even tested it. You see them puts the crystal in water. Excuse me.
Mhm.
They made the crystals go in the water, and the water in the water you see little bubbles coming on
Mhm.
up out of the water, and that was showing them proof that it has energy. And plus,
Yes, that is what I was just
plus
talking about. As I have that little example on my channel of the crystals, the shungite. The shungite is very good for filtering the water and cleansing the water, you know, for your shower water, your bath water, for your drinking water, any type of water. It's very good for getting those damn chemicals out. And you just recharge them and you use them. Definitely.
you
I
said
love me
shungite.
shungite. Yeah, you can pronounce it that way.
Oh, I'm
Yeah,
bad
a
with
lot of people like to put
pronunciation.
them in. I think I saw Joel Benjamin a couple of years back do a show with the shungite, and he likes to put it in the plants for the energy to grow the plants and stuff like that. A couple other things I think I saw him do with shungite, but a lot of crystals have a lot of different uses. But I found it interesting to see that video because it's not often you come across someone from the conscious community selling and talking and teaching about crystals. So I found that to be interesting.
Yeah, what I love about that crystal, and I was like, when I first seen it, I said, man, I gotta study this thing. It's a different type of black than compared to the other ones. And when I studied
Mhm.
it, what I loved about it is that it blocks all EMF. It absorbs oh, just in case they don't know what that means, all electronic magnetic fields like microwaves and all of that. It absorbs it on and shunga. That's what I love about that. Or even cell phones as well. When you see like them selling them little black things to stop the electronic rays from the cell phone, you see them little black things. That be little pieces of shungite that they use.
Yes, they do come in different sizes for you to put them in your cell phone, attach it to your cover, or you could put it on the little ring that you carry for it. You know how you have the little, depending on what kind of cell phone cover you have. They come in different styles to make it convenient. A lot of people have the towers that they have on their desk around their, equipment. And then also another good inexpensive way to do that is having the you know why I keep having a brain. Let me walk in here so I can actually look at the bag and get the name. Um, so if you were to get a big bag of the hardwood charcoal, the natural hardwood charcoal, the chunks, place that around, you know, that helps block some of that extra, those extra rays and the extra energy, especially if you, depending on your environment of what you do for a living, and you're around all of that, because you have to understand man with all these machineries and things. They don't always keep us informed unless you're into that stuff and you keep up with it and you're very techy and shit, and you know about um, all those rays that they emit. You won't realize how much stuff you're absorbing just by being throughout the day. So, sometimes you might need to strategically place those things around your car and shit like that to narrow it down. You think about all of the trinkets and stuff we might have, in our homes and our office or, your shop or garage or whatever little habits you have. If you're somewhere where you're working with top security stuff and you're getting scanned a lot, you're not realizing how high powered those rays are going through your body and what it's doing to you every single time. So being armed up and strapped down with, different types of crystals and stuff like that helps block some of that and keep you safe, those coppers and that hematite and stuff like that.
Yeah, but I just realized that I had your whatchamacallit locked. It was locked on me. So unfortunately, the viewers couldn't see your natural beauty you got going on there. So now they can see you because I just locked it on you. So
It's
it don't.
cool. It's just the avatar same picture they always seen, and I think half of them don't want to see it anyway. So it's nothing
Um,
special, nothing new. I wasn't presenting anything, you know. That's cool.
yeah,
Some
but
people like to do that. I notice they like to keep the picture on themselves or one particular person. I notice different ways people live stream. Interesting. But what I did like, what I thought was really cool is when we did the show the other night, how Truthfully had everybody's avatar rotating while the song was playing. I thought that was a nice touch. That was very creative.
oh, I had missed that. I might have fell asleep.
At the beginning, when it first came on and the song was playing, each person's picture was in rotation. That was really nice.
Oh yeah, that's nice like that. Yep. The now I should probably get like 10 or 15 thumbs up because they get to see you instead of my pretty goat. Hit that like button, y'all. I
Well,
got jokes.
I've heard a lot of attacks about that, and you know, which is interesting, along with the discourse that took place on the panel when people started talking about religion, and my co-host Eddie, he was on the panel as well, and he kind of shook things up a bit, mentioning religion and giving his view. And we were talking about that today, and we were thinking about coming on and doing a show over here on YouTube and discussing that and diving into why is it that black people seem to have such a uproar when they get into the discussion of religion? Why does it turn into such personal attacks? And why can't anyone have a calm debate or discussion on their beliefs and differences of opinions without people getting super offended with just the simple fact that maybe someone doesn't agree with something or don't understand something. And why does it always turn into a yelling match? Because you say Bible or you say religion, and then it all goes it goes. It's like religion gone wild. That's what I like to call it. And so that's why people to this day, if you haven't noticed, I have yet to speak on what I practice or what I believe because I don't think people can handle that conversation over here. It seems like they get into some kind of, they go into another mode, and I think we should be able to talk about it and not take it so personal, and maybe better discussions can be had and people can come to better acceptance and understanding of where the other person is coming from, how far they've gone, and I think people should be a little bit more open to the fact that, okay, I'm going to give an example. He said the Bible's fake, and people got really upset. And it wasn't said to be offensive. He was just giving his opinion, but that's an example of what I'm talking about. Um, it's just what he believed. Now, they weren't able to really talk about that because once he said that, then it's like, okay, you offended. Now, what we also noticed is that um, Psychopathia seems to not believe in the Bible, and he has some opposing views. So that put him on the opposite side as well. So um, he seemed like it seemed like he couldn't really get his point across either, and it upset him. So he actually did a show, and I think people don't have to end up upset because they have differences of opinion. I think if one believes one and one believes the other, and they want to have a conversation about it, then they should be able to have a conversation about it. Don't take it so personal, you know.
Yeah, I might have to agree with you 100% on that. And especially, with me having this emblem, I get into little whatever. But see, I very rarely, I mean, sometimes it might happen every blue moon. It rarely happens with me because I'll come up with a way, or if I think it's going somewhere, I'll just bounce. Because a lot of people, I already have it in my mind that they have been brainwashed and been programmed, just like a lot of people been programmed by TV. A lot of people been programmed about this. So since I already know this, I already know that they ain't thinking outside the box. They ain't done no studying. And a lot of people, they believe that a lot of answers is only in one book and they don't need no other book. And so they just stay in that one book without even thinking that that's making their knowledge limited. I'm not saying anything bad or if they right or wrong, but once you learn to accept this, I've learned to just, because I don't feel like arguing or I don't want to mention anything negative that I know about that. Because if they say something negative about my book, I could say something negative about theirs. I mean, not my book, my beliefs. And I refuse to go there. So when I go into that discussion, I already have in my mind to already to, and this is what people don't do, to agree to disagree. Because no matter what, people is gonna stand on their square. They're gonna be loyal to their beliefs or what they feel as making them spiritually happy. So since I already know this, I already either gonna bounce or if I don't like the person, that'd be a reason for me to chop his head on off and just go all the way in. But usually I just bounce.
And you see, I think that's part of the problem. I think people should probably have a little bit more of an open mind. And when someone says something that opposes what you believe, instead of taking personal offense to it, be willing to hear their argument. Sparring is training. So if we're not so stuck on just what we believe and are willing to listen to the other person's opposing arguments and hear it out and rationalize with it, and then you can give a rebuttal if you like, the conversation can go a little bit smoother. But if someone believes in the Bible, for instance, and then someone says, well, that's fake, they get offended. Instead of getting offended, ask them a question. What's fake about it? Why you say it's fake? Listen to what they have to say, then give a rebuttal. Maybe you can have a conversation and exchange thoughts and see where the other person is coming from. But I think once you start talking about religion and beliefs, people just go into personal offense mode, and that's where it all goes wrong, from what I see. People aren't willing to be um, open to anything else other than what it is that they believe.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to agree with you 100% because a lot of people they don't realize that they're in a matrix. That means here, read this, don't read nothing else, follow these rules, and you're good to go, and you go to heaven, and everything's a okay. That's what they've been programmed to believe, and so they do it. They don't want to go read nothing else. They barely want to read the book that they gave them. They don't want to go read nothing else. That they're not
Well,
curious. No, I'm
I'm gonna
saying some
go.
people, huh?
I'm gonna go with your chat room and use a bit of that as an example, because the statement about following blindly, I think that is also part of the problem that kind of tacks on to what I was saying. And when people follow blindly, they don't have an open mind. But to say it's an incomplete sentence, what is fake about it, that's what I was saying. If someone were to ask the person that question and let them answer and hear what they're saying, then you can have a conversation. Then you can hear them say what they think is fake, and then you can go from there. But to just hear them say it's fake and get upset, then there's nothing open to be, you know, discussed or whatever. So I think being willing to actually have a, conversation or debate with someone without people taking it personal, getting offended, then you can learn from each other.
I agree. Um, Before we get into that a little bit more, um, T Duck, I'm in a good mood. I had told everybody at the beginning of this that there will be no timeouts. I'm just chopping heads on off on anything negative said in my chat room, which is a fancy way of saying you are being blocked. You wasn't here for that announcement, so enjoy your time on out. And after
Now, I'm
time
going to
I'm
ask
out,
a question.
you say something else, I'm blocking you because you wasn't here for that announcement, so you didn't get the warning like everybody else.
I'm going to ask you a
Okay, go ahead.
question.
No, no, I was just explaining to T Duck why he
Uh,
got timed out, but you can go
and
ahead
I
and
want to ask a
finish.
question about that. Um, what was it, don't mind, that he said that made you feel like you should time him out? Was it something that sounded offensive?
Um, it was I don't like when somebody is speaking common sense to antagonize somebody.
Okay.
Yeah, that's like troll move. If it's common
Right.
sense and everybody already know the answer, that means you speaking. to antagonize something that everybody already
Right.
knows the answer to.
And I understand, but I don't think that's what was happening actually this time. I just think he was just things that maybe if he was in a conversation with someone, these are things he would be addressing that person with, like these questions for them to answer. And I think that's a good thing because instead of saying, like, okay, like he said, fake how, tell me how, that's kind of what is needed. Instead of saying, oh, it's fake, no, not. And that's all it is to it, it's because people tend to have that stance. But instead, he's like, tell me how it's fake. So I think that was a good example of how the conversation can go on if people are willing to give you the opportunity to explain what you're saying. And of course, we're not literally, debating the Bible being fake or not or anything. We're just kind of using it as an example of how these conversations do go. And I think maybe that's kind of what he was doing too. In other
Oh,
words,
he.
actually, this time I think he was actually participating, honestly.
Oh, I don't know. I only read one comment and then just
Yeah,
put him on timeout. I just did that because he missed the announcement.
I got you. But it's just the way I perceived it. I just, I
What
just
was
felt
that?
like
A
he was
Dow?
just participating, huh?
What's that? You playing with a Dow?
A what?
A Dow. Your camera came on for a minute. Looked like a
A
Dow.
doll?
Yeah.
I don't know what you're asking me, but it wasn't. I didn't mean to turn my camera on. I'm just.
No, turn it
I
back
mean,
on.
I'm not playing with anything. I'm
Oh,
just sitting at my, you know. Oh yeah. But yeah, I think he was just participating. In how the conversation can flow with questions to promote thought and get answers so people can elaborate.
yeah. That's why I
That's
gotta
all.
figure out moderators, cause I don't be having time. I don't read the whole thing. If I see one thing, I
Yeah.
just hit time on out. That's why I need. I
Yeah,
gotta
it
figure
could be
that all
kind
out.
of taxing to try to keep up with the chat and, actually do your show at the same time. So I get that. So that's where we're going to get you on that, get you to figure out how to do the moderator thing. You don't have any moderators. Hmm. Yeah, you're gonna need some when you start the live streaming, I'm sure. Yeah. But we're gonna have that discussion probably tomorrow. We're gonna have a discussion about the seemingly inability of people over here to be able to discuss religion, like in a debate style, instead of getting offended right away. I think that is a handicap, an unfortunate handicap. And it's a good reason why I don't do religion discussions with people. It's one thing to not do it in a professional setting, but if you're in a setting such as this where you're supposed to be able to have conversations about things and trigger the minds and exchange ideas and thoughts and learn, um, I think we should learn how to discuss religion without people taking it so personal. And I think that some of that issue is deeply rooted because, when we were younger, a lot of us probably had the experience of you don't get to question, you just have to believe, you just have to follow. And I think that was kind of embedded in some of us a little bit to where we believe and we follow and we have that passion in us that we're there. Um, so when someone else wants to challenge it, it's like sometimes people's mindset can go to, okay, well, you're not supposed to challenge it. You're supposed to just know that it is. But, in an intellectual state, that doesn't work. And now we are supposed to be questioning everything. We know this. So we should be able to question different schools of thought when it comes to religion. And we should be able to toss that around with each other respectfully and have, exchange of different ideas and learn. It's not to try to convert anyone or persuade anyone, but, when you have different people with all different kinds of, you know, schools of thought on it, and they're clashing. I've seen a lot of people who profess to hold the same religion or belief, and they're not agreeing on how that goes. So, it has to be able to be discussed and sorted out without it turning into something totally different. Sparring is training. That is my saying. And that's why that is my theme song. Sparring is training. There's nothing wrong with it. We don't have to argue because we disagree.
Yeah, I definitely agree with you on that. And yeah, that's I think that has a lot to do with it too, like you said, about not asking no questions and all of that. And you know what else was their favorite line? Don't
What's
do
that?
as I do, do as I say. I don't know how many times I heard that. Don't do as I do as I say.
Right.
But I
Yeah.
was shocked. Well, I was feeling things was getting a little heated, so I said I walked my dog. But I was shocked. I talked to Pit Boss for like 3 hours on it, and we didn't get heated on up or nothing, you know. But then I
Yeah,
could
I saw you
tell,
guys over there. I caught some of that. Not too much
yeah,
because I had other things going on. But usually, if you come intellectually and you're not in your feelings or what have you, I've always known Pit Boss to be someone who can have an intellectual debate with you just fine, you know,
hmm
always, you know, and
but
and you can all talk about your point. It's always a. I saw a show one time that I enjoyed very much. It was him and Lex Vortex. They had a show, and it was a very good show. Even though they had differences in opinions and beliefs, once they got past all of the negative stuff that they were going through initially when the show started, they actually started to realize that they had some stuff that they were kind of on common grounds about, and they were building from there. And even though they had differences of opinions along the way, they were still able to discuss them. And being that I feel like those two are of intelligent minds, for me, it made for a very good show. It made for a very good discussion, and I enjoyed it very much. And those are the things that I like to see. I like to see intellectuals being able to exchange thoughts and ideas, put each other in the hot seat, so to speak, and handle it.
well, speaking of hot seats, you know I'm not gonna argue with a pretty goddess. I want to know what's in your mind. What
Hmm.
is your beliefs? What makes you tick?
Well, that is a interesting question, and I don't think I'm ready to get into that. And uh, as far as specifically, because I honestly don't think that people over here are ready. And the one thing that I find is that people, that's the first thing they try to attack you on. When they don't have anything else, they will definitely attack your beliefs and your practices. Um, and they do it with little to no knowledge of what they're saying, from what I see. Um, and being that I didn't give that ammunition, it was a very interesting experience to see that I was attacked on everything else under the sun that really just didn't make any sense. Like, oh, you're ugly, oh, you this, you that, just little silly elementary school stuff. Because one thing they didn't have, which they have had on pretty much everybody else, because people have not hesitated to come forth with their doctrine or what they believe. That's the one thing that they didn't have with me. So it wasn't something that could be attacked. Now, when there is someone who is who has the self discipline to be able to have a discussion on the subject, regardless of our opposing views, and we can talk about these things without it being attack style, then I welcome that. But until then, I steer away from it, because I don't have the patience for, the immaturity, as I like to call it. I think self mastery of discipline is very important, and I am very well versed in debate, so it's nothing for me to challenge someone's thought or their fact that they think they're bringing, and allow them to challenge mine as well, and make me squirm, make me think a little bit, make me come back with a rebuttal. I actually enjoy stuff like that, but I can't dig it when you want to be immature about it and get in your feelings and get emotional, and now we're outside of what it is, actual debate. And with religion, like I said before, people just can't seem to master themselves to handle that conversation. Not at all. And what's interesting is that uh, my co-host and I, we have differences of opinion on quite a bit of things, but we have discussions. We don't bash each other for it. We actually have discussions, and we're open to what the other person has to bring, and we deal with facts, and that's how you learn, and that's how you grow. You know, if I'm expressing to you that my perception of this thing is this, and you disagree, I welcome that, but come with it. Don't tell me you just disagree because you don't believe it. Tell me why. So, what is the truth on that? Give me something. Make me think. Make me understand where you're coming from. Be realistic. Have facts. But if you're speaking from emotion, I can't get with it. Not at all. Some people think challenging religion is off limits. I disagree. And I study everything. I'm Aakasha. If you Google that, you'll get it. I study everything. So,
Yeah, you keep on telling me to Google your name. And I'm gonna be honest, I ain't Googled it yet, so I still don't know what it means.
yeah. And so to know that is to know that I know that I don't know much, and I have a lot to learn, So I welcome learning, but I love to spar. I love that.
Uh
I
oh.
welcome that. I'm not afraid for someone to challenge something that I put out or that I'm speaking on. I mean, you're sharpening me.
Ooh, I like that. You gonna make me set something on up and I'll be the moderator. I mean, in a professional manner, no arguing, yelling, and dissing.
I hear you, but like I said before, I don't see an opportunity for that. Um, I do with my co-host. I mean, we haven't had an argument yet, and I can hear a lot of stuff that he says, and I'm like, I don't see it that way, and we discuss it. There's no offense taken.
Well, if
So it's different. It's very different from what I've seen on any of the platforms. And I think, I don't know, maybe it'll be an interesting take for others. Maybe some people can feel it and get something from it. And even, that would be nice. But, and having experts in certain subjects, that's something that we do too. So I'm wanting to bring that over to YouTube as well. But, all the extra hollering and screaming and emotions and stuff like that, I'm cerebral. I just don't think we have a place for that. I think with us, our people, I think we can be a little too emotional, you know, take things personal. And once you're in your emotions, it's a wrap, because you're not even thinking, you're just feeling and you're reacting on your emotions. And I mean, there's nothing wrong with sparring. Sparring is training. I'm going to say that and say that and say that until we get it. Sparring is training. If you're above being challenged, then you're not ready to grow. You're not looking for that better version of yourself. You're stuck.
yeah, I agree with that 100%. Oh, I'm in the wrong thing. Um, I don't know how you feel about because you said you're thinking about doing your blog talk. You want to shout out your station and stuff so people can or you just want
Um,
to go on that
we
right.
might make that announcement on my panel. We probably will. I will speak to him and see where that goes. Um, but as of right now, haven't decided to do that. But we might do that. We might do that. Like I see a comment. Okay, he says you can't see someone's brain, but you know you can't see any of the organs there, and that's faith. Even though I can't see the Most High, I know it's there. Well, I I personally would challenge that statement because maybe someone can't present to me the Most High. Although, if I were to give you my interpretation of the Most High, I could probably do that according to the way I perceive it. But I want to do in my response. I want to challenge the part about you can't see someone's brain, but you know what's there. You can't see any of the organs, but you know they are there. That is the statement in the chat. I disagree with that. As someone who has been in the medical field and had much interest in being a mortician, I know that we can see a brain. We can see organs. We know that they're there not only because we are told they are there, we also have seen organs and brains, not just by pictures, but we can look up actual pictures of organs. We can look up an autopsy. We can find this medically tangible proof. We can actually go somewhere and get our hands on someone's carcass and touch their organs. So the brain The organs is not something that is out of our reach physically, out of our ocular. It's not. So it's not believing in something that we can't see or touch. So I don't find that a good comparison at all. Now, if I'm looking at you intact, I don't see your brain. So your brain is there not just because I was taught it's there, because I know I can actually see a brain if I needed to. I know that there has been proof that we do have brains. I know that there's physical proof. So I'm not saying it to discredit the latter, which he's saying, I don't see the Most High, but I know it's there. I'm not saying it to challenge that. I'm just saying that I don't find that part, I don't find it a good analogy. Challenge that. I would say, yes, we can physically touch and see brains and organs. So I don't think it's a good argument. And yes, you would have to manipulate the body to see it, but we can still see it and we can touch it. So that's just me challenging the fact that I don't think it's a good analogy. It's not me challenging the fact that you don't see the Most High, but you know it's there. I haven't even gone there.
See, that's what I'm saying. That's why I'm glad you have been here. Because Lord knows they probably getting mad at me. Because by the time I look at the chat, they've been and gone and left and came back. And I'd be like, oh, I'm glad you're a great multitasker. And thank you for addressing the questions for me. And you answered it like how I would have, because I understand exactly how you feel.
No, you're welcome. Yeah, and then I could prove it, I could back that statement up. I could prove to you. I mean, I think I gave a good example, but if a person needed more proof that we can see the brains and the organs, then yeah, I could prove that. So I think people have to understand when we are challenging, you know, thoughts and beliefs and stuff, it's okay to challenge a person and have them say without getting all upset and stuff, but usually that's what happens. Because normally, if I were to say, well, we can see the brain and we can see the organs, from what I've seen, people would just get offended by that and start rah, 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 instead of, allowing me to give my rebuttal and make that, you know, bring forth that proof if I need to. Okay. And now what's next? Because if we can agree that it can be proven that we can see the brain and we can see the organs, then we should be able to agree that it's not a good analogy. So tell me again, what are you trying to say by when you say I can't see the Most High, but it's there? Although I understand what you mean by that statement, but I just don't think that that analogy was a good one. And I do agree with that. We are an aspect of what is. You know, when people say God or Most High or, whatever terminology they choose to use, some people think of it as a literal being or a literal thing, or they narrow it down and maybe it's a little broader than that. Maybe it's a combination of other things. Maybe it's everything.
Yeah, that's what I think. because that's what it says anyway, that it is everything.
Yeah. So on that note, I would tend to probably agree with that statement. I can't see the Most High, but I know it's there. I'm not even sure, to be honest with you, why people would etymology labels. I'm not a big fan of labels. I think labels are very limiting um, example of what I'm saying because when we say God, the Most High, or whatever name we want to use, to me that is too limiting, and I don't like to use it because that for me the actual definition does not fit that limiting. And for some people, they might feel it or think it as something literal, as it is a being or a person, when it's so much more than that. I think we can be a little too attached to labels. And when I say I don't do labels, people say, well, why don't you do labels? I mean, what's wrong with doing labels? I mean, we were taught to give everything a name, to give everything a label, and it again, it's limiting. We can express without having to use labels all the time. Exactly. I agree. Sometimes that's why we might say black, but we know a lot of us don't agree with calling ourselves black. But if we say black people, we know we're talking about us. So yeah, sometimes labels are a good necessary just to get us on the same page as a reference, yes. But I think sometimes we have to be a little bit more careful with the labels because mentally limit ourselves, even with using the word black. I would love it if we, could get away from that because that's limiting. We're much more than that. But if we want to hold on to it, or we want to hold on to African American or something else, I hear you with the labels, but does any of it bring us power? No. What brings us power? What can bring us power? For me, that works better if to focus on that more so than just pacifying. And carbon, it's a description. It's a descriptive. I like it much better than black, and it has a lot of, to me, power to it. But yes, it technically in this society, in this structure, carbon would not bring us a status of power. Of our man-made concept, but we are in this state of business here, this state of, you know, so what brings us power that we're not using and attaching ourselves to, that we're selling ourselves short on because maybe we are too emotionally tied to a different label or something like that. Maybe that's part of it. I'm not sure. But if it doesn't help you, be willing to toss it or be willing to just, I don't know, use it around the house. I mean, you got white people, they might say nigger in the house all day, but if they come outside and say it to your face, they know you're going to punch them in the face. So they'll just say it around the house. So if we can say black around the house all day, cool. But here in this system and try to say, okay, I'm black. Now I'm a nation of people and I demand this level of respect so I can get this, this, and this as a nation of people. They're going to say, try again. So power may be a man made concept, but this system is also built by man and structured by man. And we're in it. And we're not playing to win at all. We're losing. And we're not setting ourselves up to win. So it's a lot of stubbornness within us. I have a book, and if I had it on PDF, which I might I might be able to get. You know what? Ugh. I might be able to get it or convert it to PDF because I want to make it the next book for the book club once we get through with Moses. So I really want to get through Moses to talk about the magic of the obelisk. That is a very good read, and I've been asking
Hold it,
people
hold it. You said the magic of what? You have broken on up.
the obelisk.
What that mean?
I'm gonna grab it real quick.
Thanks. So it don't be no confusion.
Yeah.
Nobody don't think I'm ignoring them. I'm not ignoring them. I don't do the chat thing. Goddess Akasha is handling the chat and the platform as well. So if there's something I need to answer, she'll let me know. But she's doing just marvelous so far. Now, what's this word mean that you're talking about, Goddess?
It is the magic of the obelisk, and I'm gonna see if I can show a little bit of it. But this, I think, this would be a good book for a subject matter to open up a great discussion. I can turn my camera around, and my battery's about dead, so I don't know if I have. Let's see if you can see it. It is the magic of the obelisk. Are you sharing my screen? Because I don't have. Can you see it? Sarah, are you alive and
Yeah.
well?
No, no, I was unmuting. No, I left it stuck on you. It's been
Okay.
on you the
So,
whole time.
okay. So you can see the book. Yeah, the magic of the obelisk. Wait, let me turn my camera around because it looks. Okay, that wasn't no better. I thought it was gonna go to widescreen. I'm on my cell. The Magic of the Obelisk by Peter Tompkins. And this is a very good read. And I don't really want to say too much about it because I want to make it a book club book. And there we will be able to get into it some more. But I don't know. Let me see if you guys can see that. I got a delay on my screen, so yeah. But this is it's a very good book. Very, very good book.
Yeah, it looks real good. That made me
So,
want to hurry up and finish reading the first one now.
yeah, it is. It's a very good book. But I don't want to speak on it too much because I want to save it for, the book club and discuss it. Um,
Yeah. Oh,
but talking about, um, you know, power and structure and coming together and code, being on code, a lot of things. This book covers a lot. It really, really does. And I think there's a lot we can learn from it. I think there's a lot we can learn from it. So, like I said, of course, I have a lot of books, but this is definitely one I want to have a discussion about.
yeah, I appreciate you running the book club and sharing your little library and all the different books that you got. That's all highly appreciated. That was a very good idea for you to come on up with a book club, you know? And so far,
Hmm.
I've been enjoying every book that you picked so far.
Thank you. Thank you. Um, this is by Peter Tompkins. If anybody's thinking of joining the book club and they want to do some pre-research on the book and this author, that he is also the author of The Secrets of the Great Pyramid and Mysteries of the Mexican Pyramid. So that'll give you an idea of some of his work. Um, I almost want to talk about it a little bit, but I'm gonna save it. I get excited about reading and books and knowledge and stuff, so I'm trying to hold my composure on this because I want to save it all for the book club.
Oh,
All for the
okay.
book club.
Because I
Start
was
the
get
Magical Book of Moses. Definitely, we should be getting into that. I'm gonna start reading. I think I'm gonna start. I'm gonna start reading tomorrow a little bit. You know, just pace it and start reading. I have my day set aside tomorrow for those things, and I'll be sewing. I'll be making some dresses and some gloves. So I'll be doing some reading as well.
see, you should be. That's what I'm talking about. See, that's what I like about you. All the natural talents that you know how to do. You know, all the sewing and all of that. And I'm quite
Mm-hmm.
sure. I don't know. I haven't looked at your channel in full detail, but do you teach people how to sew on there if they want to know how to sew?
I do. I have sewing classes. Right now, for the most part, I just teach some of the girls, the teens and young ladies that I mentor. I teach them, and of course, that's not at any charge, but I definitely give them some basics in sewing and making things. Yeah.
Yeah, I don't think you understood me. I'm trying. What I meant was, is there a way that we can be part of your day? You don't have to show the people you're mentoring face. I wanted the camera to be like you actually, doing your thing with the needle and all of that, and how you
Mhm.
do stuff like that?
Mm,
Or
I
is that's
did
gonna be, or is that gonna be too personal for me? If it is, I'll understand.
no. Well, I did post a video showing a little bit of one of my classes. I did have a class. Well, I had the young ladies who elevated far enough where they were able to design and make their own apron. Once I gave, they went through the basics of certain things, and we did some classes on, you know, designing their stuff. And so the assignment was to come up with a sketch, come up with an idea of just a basic apron, but it's their own touch. And I walked them through the sketch, and we sewed the apron. So I did put together a short on that, and I posted it on that channel. I don't really bring too much to this channel. You know, um, any and everything that I intended to do was rudely interrupted by drama, and that I intended on trying to clear up, but it turned into more drama, and things got so out of whack. It's like, I lost my, I guess you could say I lost my mojo. I just didn't. I felt like, whoa, whoa, whoa. So I don't really bring too much over here, but in other places, yeah, I'm very active. And these aren't my only two YouTube channels either. I keep telling people that, but they want to say what they want to say. That's cool. But I don't put much effort in over here, considering everything that has gone down. And on top of that, I don't think anybody's interested. That has been very clear. But if I see a rise in interest in some things, then maybe I would. But hey, who knows? But when I hear people talk, to be real, when I hear people talk, they mostly talk about stuff from the Ghost Stay Woke channel. They act like Aakasha Pre channel don't exist. I mean, it's small change over there, but it's an example. So if they not even considering that there's two channels, then yeah, they're not ready. And it's not like it's paid. It's free, right? It's free. Yeah, everything we post is free. So what the problem is? Hey, I don't know. But yeah, I have a lot of work and energy that I put into other things. So why would I carve out the extra time to make educational and instructional posts or do, helpful live streams over here as well when people clearly don't want that or clearly wouldn't appreciate it. So that's when I decided that I was just gonna let it be what it was. Yep. You know, I had about I would say about 30 people watch that show that we did the other night, and they are not familiar with the conscious community. And they all had the same reaction. They was like, "What the heck? What? Just what?" And it's not anything bad about her channel or anything like that. It's just that this is a whole nother world to a lot of people. So the entirety of everybody is just it can really shock people and take them for a loop. And so there were some good messages put out in the show, especially the beginning of the show, with the videos being shared and the messages and everything. But and I know for people who are accustomed to the conscious community, they caught a lot of that. But the people, it was very interesting to me, the people that I brought to watch, they missed a lot of that because they was like too busy. Like, what the heck is this? What's going on? Like, where's all this? It's just a different it's a different animal. It's a different structure. It's a different setup. The behavior, everything is totally different. And I just was like, yeah, yeah, yeah. Even my buddy, I had him on the panel, and like I said before, he's a intellectual mind and he's a debater, and we have discussions, not arguments. And so when he was speaking and it was really pissing people off, the things he was saying, he was like, well, why was everybody getting upset? Like, what? I was like, dude, that's how it goes. And he was like, they was getting upset. I say this, and they would get upset. And I'm like, why are you mad? You just sound like you want to fight. That's not how it's supposed to happen. I'm like, you can't tell them that. That's what they do. That's what they do. So I think it'll maybe be interesting for some people to see the way he and I interact. Because I'm gonna tell you, a lot of stuff he be saying, and I'm pretty sure. Yeah, I'm not pretty sure. I know a lot of stuff that I be saying. He'll have a challenge for it, But we kick the facts, and if he's right, I give it to him. If I'm right, then he's open to hear it. But we two intellectual minds, so it's not gonna be no I guess or I think, nothing like that. It's gonna be it's either facts or it's not facts, and if it's not facts, then what you gotta concede to the fact, you know.
Black Fraud Committee. Can you type something for me, please? If you
That's
still,
all I see. All I see is Black Country's Fire Committee's comments, but I think maybe they said goodnight. I think that's pretty much what happened. I think he's gone.
oh, can you
He was
type?
saying this has been a very enlightening live stream. You need a comment there?
Yeah, can you put one there?
Okay, so you found your chat. Let me get there. Let me get there. Okay, there you go. Do you see my comment, or did you block me? Because I don't see. Okay, I see it now. It's such a delay from the computer and the cell.
Yeah, I think I did it.
Did what?
Oh shoot! Now everything's popping up.
Oh shoot! You got some moderators in the chat. Look at you. Let me see if I'm a moderator. If I'm not, I'm gonna be hating. Oh shoot! I got a wrench. I got a wrench. I got a wrench. I got a wrench. Chicka chicka wrench. Chicka chicka wrench. Yeah, buddy. Megalodon is in the house. Uh-oh, look at you over there, Sarah. Doing your
Yeah, I was.
thing.
Yeah, I was
Handing out
multitasking.
riches. Ah, okay, you got it. See? Elevating. But I'm glad you did your live stream. I like your message. I liked your energy. It sounded very befitting for you. I liked the way you delivered your message. You had your own style of doing it, but it did sound like this is Sarah talking. Um, I would like to see more of that from people to speak their speech, so to speak. You know, um, if we're too busy just following and not being and not becoming, then I think we can kind of get a little bit lost in everything. And the more people who are willing to open up and shine, then they can discover all of the things within themselves that are great but have yet to be discovered and discover those strengths and tighten up those weaknesses, but definitely discover those unique strengths because we all have unique strengths that we should be focusing on getting those out because everyone is needed, right? Everyone is needed, but everyone has their own stuff to give and their own stuff to bring. So if we were to build a village and everyone wants to hammer the nail, well, doggone, there are so many more tasks to be done than just to hammer the nail. Yep, feels good hammering that damn nail. And yep, it's fun. And anyone can hammer the nail. But who's going to cook? Who's going to pour the cement? Who's going to cut the wood? Who's going to fetch the water? Who's going to look after their children? Who's going to give counsel? You know, who's going to be mayor? So we all have a position, maybe more than one per person.
I like mayor.
But
Yeah, let me
uh,
make. Yeah, that way I'll have to handle all the laws. I'll be the mayor, and
yeah,
you're gonna love this part. I'm gonna be the police of the town
so you gonna be police and mayor?
and CEO, and I'm be the town treasurer, so I can make sure,
Oh
so I
wow!
so I
See,
can,
see, see, see. Now. See how you want to be everything?
that way I can make sure I
Ah,
pay myself good if I'm the town treasurer.
that's a lot of responsibilities. Now we got now we we got a police force out there, right? But it can't just be you. We got a treasurer out there. We got all kinds. Everybody. We got it covered. We got it covered. Every position, every angle. We got it covered and then some. But we can't cover it if we don't find our strengths, our personal strengths, and focus in and hone in on that and be ourselves. And don't worry about that other shit. You know, we ain't impressing nobody. We don't need to knock down, but we can encourage and we can assist because there may be something that you have that I need to help me with something I need to pull out of myself. And then there may be something that somebody else has that can help the next person to pull that out. But we're looking for the uniqueness and the skills and the talents and the mission of the individual, and we become whole and capable, ready, and willing. A lot of us don't even think, they can't even fathom the concept. I was on the panel, and Chief was talking about like being off grid and stuff, and I was saying to that sometimes when people think about off grid, see now those are labels again, and labels can sometimes do harm because people might think of off grid and they might automatically go into a certain thought mode because that label would trigger that thought mode. You know, off grid. What in a wilderness or lack thereof of certain necessities or things like that? No, how about off grid in a sense of we need our own. We need to establish that.
Now, see, that's where I was getting confused at because when I said living off grid, I wasn't meaning like in the wilderness, like Nature Boy. I wasn't meaning nothing like that. I meant like a self-made town that's like for us, like a little community that, you know, still
Exactly.
got water and all of that. And I'm not talking about, and and then everybody was saying, then that's not living off grid. That's what I don't understand. If you're in your own little area and you're not dealing with the rest of the world, then that is off grid, isn't it? I'm confused about this off
Well,
grid stuff.
I won't even try to go as far as to say not dealing with the rest of the world. We don't even have to do all of that. We don't have to say all of that because realistically, we know that that's not the case. That's not what other cultures are doing to the T. No, but we need our own structure. We need our own nation. We need our own things, right? And we need to establish that. Then we have control of ourselves. We have power. We have something to work with. We have something that makes us matter.
Right.
And we can have say so, right? And we can have power, right?
Yeah,
That's off grid.
yeah, I agree. But when I said that, I was meaning like, how can I put it? Um, the when I say not deal with the rest of the world, I don't mean that. I mean have the community filled with like-minded people. I don't mean like away from the rest of the world. I mean that way you ain't got to worry about no stealing. Everybody's going to be policing themselves because you're going to have that environment. When I said away from the rest of the world, I meant away from the rest of the world who don't think like me, or you, or I would like to see like minds there, like if there's kids around, it'd be like in the olden days. It takes a village to raise a child because the whole area is filled with like minds. I don't mean like I wasn't meaning like away from the rest of the world, like literally away from the rest of the world. I meant making a community of self-made minds like us. Well, you appear to be like
Right.
me so far.
And I get what you're saying too, but I slightly disagree with that because I don't I'm not sure that like minds only is a good thing. We all don't have like minds. We can see that because therein lies a lot of our conflict, and that's okay. We don't all have like minds because I can build stuff, I can create stuff, I can do a lot of different things, right? And I'm a thinker, I'm a reader, I'm this, I'm that, but that's my mind. I may analyze something a certain way. I might deal with something a certain way, but that's my mind. You may be similar in some schools of thought. You may be similar in some of my abilities. I don't know yet. But I think we do have some commonalities, so we'll go there and say that we might be like mind, like minded to some degree. But other people have different minds too. And they have their way that they think, and they have their abilities, and they have the way that they analyze stuff. And it's needed and it's necessary. And the next person that is slightly different. And you might look at this thing that we're trying to get set up, and I might look at it, and two other people might look at it, and I might say, well, if we turn it this way, and you might be standing there saying the same thing because we have a like mind, but that's not working for us. But we have other minds that think differently a little bit. We're gonna get it figured out a lot faster. We need all these different minds, just like we need all these different skills and trades. I think we're too quick to want to push away the differences. I think we are not seeing value there, and there actually is value. When the enemy came, there were different tribes, right? And we can say, for example, each tribe had their quote unquote like mind, meaning they lived in a certain type of way for their culture. The next tribe, they lived slightly different. However, Shaka Zulu said, we have a commonality. This is our shit, and here they come. Now, we need to get together, and we need to do this. Okay?
Yeah, I agree with that 100%. See, now, this is what we need more of out there in YouTube world. You see how easy that was? No yelling, no screaming, no calling nobody no names. I say one thing, you say one thing. Either we agree or we don't agree. Like right there, you made a perfect, very good point. And when somebody is right, I say they right, like you right in this case. And if I'm right, I brag a little bit harder when I'm right. I hope you ain't mad at me.
And you still could have challenged my point. Just because I feel like I sound like I'm right and I feel it, that don't mean I don't make it necessarily right or make your point wrong or make my point wrong. We talking, we learning, we growing, we figuring it out. Because I can see where you're coming from with the like mind. Just like with the tribes. The tribes were together. So maybe those were the like minds. But still in that place were the tribes of the like mind. So let's say each tribe were the like minded people. This tribe, they had like minds. This tribe, they had like minds. This tribe, they had like minds, and they lived in their tribes of like minds, meaning they shared the same beliefs, the same culture, same lifestyle of living. They bowed to the same, king or queen and things like that. But you go a few miles down, we got another tribe. They're not of the same mind as this tribe. So here in this land that we own and we rule, and if the enemy comes, oh, we all got like minds then. Because then we going to get that ass and protect what's ours. We like minded in the fact that we rule this is ours, even though just a few miles over here, you know, maybe they're the Christians, and maybe they're the Hebrew Israelites, and maybe they're the this, maybe they're the that. But at the end of the day, we doing our own thing. Y'all stay over there, cracker man. And I'm confused as to why we come into information and then we also think that we got to bang on that religion, we got to bang on those differences, or and I'm looking at, I'm trying to see, or is everybody trying to make the other person conform to their beliefs, conform to their religion? Is it not okay to be different? Is it not okay to carry on that different school of thought and still be able to build and still be able to establish the fact that we need ours? I mean, we had different tribes, right? Of course we did. Here, not just in Africa, but here, cause yeah, this our shit. No mistake. It is. So I like to use this as an example too.
What's that, goddess? Use what as
And
an
I don't
example?
want to step on any toes, so I'm gonna try to
No, go
do
ahead.
it like
The
this.
mic is
Well,
yours.
yeah, but I still make my own discernment. Um, I hear a lot of talk about two people can't share a panel because as co-hosts because you believe this, you believe that. Well, I don't get why that's popular opinion because it seems like it's working. Why is it working? Why is it working? Anybody stop to think? Well, that's because, hmm, maybe, just maybe, just because we have some differences, don't mean we can't build, right? Right.
Facts.
Same, same thing I said about my co-host. I mean, we do. I know one thing we agree on. We agree on that this conscious community is a mess, and y'all be tripping. The way the communication goes or don't go, and the way people get in their feelings over this, differences of opinions and stuff like that. Can't get nowhere until you get past that. You know, I hear you with the actions, but if somebody gonna freak out because you made a move that they didn't agree with, we gotta get past that. So we gotta understand and get to some kind of code and get to some kind of levels to where we can agree to disagree, but also agree that the shit gotta get done. And the brother don't have to see it like you see it all the time. Want to do it like you do it all the time, but can we get this shit done? Because all that right there is petty. It's not important.
Yeah, I agree with you 100%. Um, and
Peace,
see,
Africa,
it's
Black Chaos.
oh yeah,
Sorry,
shout out
sorry.
to Africa Black Chaos. Oh no, you're helping me because you watching it. I'm watching it a little bit, but not as good as you watch it. I had just seen him and I was trying to catch his interview about the things he doing. Shout out to Africa Black Chaos. But see what a lot of people don't understand. It's not even about the ideology. It's about the respect. It doesn't matter what you two. If you got respect for one another and you both know that there's a chance you might have to agree to disagree at the end, then that's cool in the game too. People forget to realize, or hold on, they do realize that there is a way that you do a presentation, the way you present something, your tone, all of that has an effect on something. Hold up, where's this at? And, I think that's what makes the big difference with them or anybody else. Say like, even if me and you had talk, even though you're keeping it a secret, even if me and you had a different ideology or doctrine or whatever you want to call it, it wouldn't matter because we both know that we respect each other enough to we ain't gonna let things get out of hand and let our emotions get on out of hand, and plus we are more disciplined than some other people who just let anything make them blow on up, and next thing you know they're not even building about what they were supposed to be building on. They calling each other names. I think it's a matter of respect and discipline, and where the person is at. I hate to say this, where they at emotionally. Sometimes a person can hear just one little word, and then what they don't realize, people be watching. They know that all it takes is one little word, and that's the trigger word for you. If they losing a debate or want to just sidetrack you, whatever, if they've been watching you, they know how you act over one word. That's when they'll throw that one word up. But when you got somebody like me and you who not only it's respect each other, thoughts. A lot of people thoughts is not being respected. So you have to learn how to respect people's thoughts and learn how to try and perceive them through their eyes. Everybody is so busy on trying to present their idea and how they seen it. They don't want to take time on out and see how the other person perceive it. If you take that time on out, then you'll be able to understand on how to show your approach on how to make them try and see it how you see it, or it all depends on what kind of debate or whatever it is going on. Then you can show your facts or whatever it is, your resources or whatever, or if it's just even a regular conversation on two different doctrines. It doesn't even matter what it is. It's all about the respect that one another have for one another, and not just. I'm not just talking about physically, like opening up doors and all of that. We all know we all do that. I'm talking about respecting each other mentally. That means whatever's coming on out your mouth from your mind, it needs to be respected. Not unless, like I'm not talking about, and those type of things are, like I always said, respect. I'm different. Respect with me is never given. It is always earned. If you ain't earned that respect and showed it to me, then I can't give it to you. That's something that is of value to me. That is something that is earned. That's what's wrong with a lot of people. They just go around respecting the whole neighborhood, and they don't care if the person is known for scamming 1 million people. They respect the guy so much. Allegedly, they'll be they'll send their money and act like they're gonna be different and get their package. No, you're not getting your package neither. You just got caught. You should have known better. But this is what I'm saying. You have to be observant, act like you're conscious, act like you know it means to be aware. That means you're aware of the person's actions, thoughts, and how they are seeing things. You have to take all of these things into consideration. They sort of go together like hand and glove. But there I go ranting again. And I want to get your thoughts back on there too. And stop being so shy. You can tell me to shut my big old mouth one up anytime you want.
Actually, you're fine, Sarah. I'm the same way. I can go, and sometimes people might have to slow me down. So I try to be cool on these panels and platforms because people. I don't know if they ready for Akasha yet, so I'll just kind of take it slow right now. But I was gonna make a point to what you were saying, and I think you kind of made it for me a little bit. But when you were saying about respect is earned, ah, I don't like it when people make that as a blanket statement. So I was glad that you did elaborate on it a little bit because I feel a little differently about that. I think initially people do get their respect from me. It's kind of like trust. It's like if I decide to be in a relationship with you, obviously that means I decided to trust you to a certain degree. So I can't say, oh, you got to earn my trust. Well, really? I think that's a little bit unfair. So I kind of see respect the same way. I think standardly we should have a standard basic level of respect we give to people. Of course, it can be on a case by case basis, but I think that standard core level of respect should be there. But if you have already seen and heard things from them that gives you a reason to, um, kind of want to question whether or not they deserve your respect, then I could see where you will say respect is earned. But if you come into know of someone and you have not experienced anything from them that gives you a reason to doubt whether or not they need to get your respect, then I think you should give it to them. Because then when you don't, you provoke a reaction, right? We're talking about the law. You provoke a reaction out of them just naturally that is going to then trigger a reason for you to question whether or not you should be uh, respecting them. Because when someone feels like they don't have your respect, I mean, that's to me, when you get to talking about relationships and people say love, 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 okay, what do we really know about love? That's that European bullshit. I'm good. Respect me. You see? So I want your respect. I want your respect first, foremost, and off top, and I'm going to give it to you. Now, when you show me that you don't deserve respect, now we're dealing with another animal. But respect is very important. It is. And I don't think we should just strip people of their basic right to a respect for no reason. So I have a, different take on that a little bit.
No, I agree. That's the same thing that I'm saying as well. See, like you have already done that. Let's just say, for example, you have, say, for example, you have this person that you might feel like you want to get into a relationship with. That doesn't happen just with a high and by. That means in order for that to happen, you had to get some type of vibe, but most important of all, you had to feel something or get something that was done in a respectful way, and that's what you like, that carried you, that attracted you to him or you to her. So the respect had already begun. It was already there. Like what you felt for that person ain't gonna be the same person kind of respect that, like, um the bad boy or the guy that's pumping your gas every day. Because one is you're leading a future with, and the other one you're paying for services. So they get two types of different respects. So when you're dealing with the respect that you're talking about, that all comes together as part of, you know, the more you begin with a person, the more respect comes, and then the other stuff start coming in, and then see what happens is with the respect after that, it's the word that nobody don't like to talk about. You get more and more respect for one another, and then the next thing you know, the L word. Yes, the big L word. And I ain't talking about the one that you smoke your shit up with. I'm talking about love. The, 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 when that mean the heart exam walls is coming down. I don't care what nobody say. It ain't just me. Everybody has felt something that they had happened to them in their life. So they don't want that to happen again. So they have created a wall around their heart. In order for a person to even get close to that wall, it has to be some type of respect earned. Else they ain't even, it's gonna be like an electric fence. They ain't even gonna get close. That's what I mean when I say certain things are starting to move in a certain direction, and we're both saying the same things. I probably just didn't elaborate in more details. The only thing I'm doing is piggybacking off of what you said. I do agree with you, but I just wanted to add a little bit more. And I think it has a lot to do with, like I said, even if you didn't feel no pain or never been in a relationship, everyone by nature is going to be protective of their hurt. You got to have a certain amount of respect for me, and I mean, it ain't just you. There are a lot of people that have kids. That mean that person don't have to just have respect for you. Now I'm just elaborating a little bit more. Now this goes into he has to have respect for the children as well. He has to have respect for the household. It's you. You are just the root of the branches of the tree that are all around you. Anything that consists of you or is connected to you must also get respect. I mean, of course, naturally it's going to start with you, but I'm saying from that point on, then that's when the flower begins to bloom. I hope you understand what I'm saying. And I'm going to let you
Yes.
get the mic back.
And your I like the fact that you elaborated on it more because you gave a broader um, mental visual of that to show how important it is to respect people. And you can't even get to that level of love that you're talking about, right, without having respect. If you feel like someone don't respect you, then you're not even going to have a desire to be with them. So yeah, you're not going to make it there. And it means respect all of, you know, those things that come with them, the children and
Right. That's the reason why when I elaborated, I used the word. I know a lot of people don't like to hear talk about it, but love. If if somebody begins at the very beginning of the stage, say like say like me, say like you kept on disrespecting me, and I might have been digging you. A person only gonna be able to take so much before he says, "Oh no, this person is too wishy-washy," or if he's acting like this, imagine if something serious come on up, or if something keeps on happening, that will make the person you're pushing the person away when you are trying to actually bring the person closer to you, even if you're not even looking for love and you're just thinking about it. This can go in any case, even if you're just thinking about it. A person action towards you and respect that tells you on how you want to see that person in the future. Do I want to kick it with them? Do, can I put up with that? That's what it's all about too. Will I be able to put up with that? Is this a habit of his? See, women pay more attention to like men. We too busy looking at the junk in the trunk to really be paying attention to all of that. You women, I mean, not speaking against all men or disrespect the men, but black woman is God and Yanni is heaven, and you know what I mean? So back to the bill. That means they need to learn how to intellectually stimulate and respect the mind. That means everything that's connected with you. They should respect the kids, the car, how they talk to you, and most important of all, communication. Communication is a big thing. If 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 say like you beefing with say like you got my number, right? This is just a hypothetical situation. Say like you got my number, and even though you got my number, I did something that you didn't like, right? Me would think that if she do something I don't like, she'll let me know because I haven't done nothing for her to make a big do or not of it. It can be something that can be dealt in the private. Me personally, I'm sort of like a private man. The only time I'm like publicly is like if I'm building or doing something like that. Like I'm surprised I haven't told everybody that I know how to put in floors. I'm just a private man. That's just what it is. I like what I got going on a secret. You got to be really in my 360 in order to be knowing what's going on with me. But I'm getting off track again. That means if that person is doing anything as far as that is concerned, he should or you should have enough respect for me, or I would hope that you'd have enough respect for me, where since I've already said we can communicate, that means you can hit my chat. That means you don't let nothing build up inside somebody. You let something build up inside of somebody, they will turn into dynamite and the next little thing will blow on up. That's why I always tell them, you can always talk to me. Anything bothering you, don't let nothing build on up. Venting is good. Talk to me. That's what I'm here for. Talk to me. Communicate. I'm not a mind reader. Let's do this together. We are a team. That means we got to move like a team. That means even though we are two, we are trying to move as one beautiful, harmonious unit in love. All of these things must be considered and taken into consideration. And I think I'm so good at this shit. I should get me a Dr. Phil show just for the conscious community. How about that? I got jokes.
Well, I want to go back just a little bit before I get into what you were saying. I gotta scroll up because they getting chatty. Question. I'm trying to find it because I don't want to miss question. Okay, he said, "What is a brief, clear, universal definition of the word respect?" Easy. Okay, that's easy. Is it on? Um, since he's being technical, it would be to think highly of someone, have a high opinion of them, to hold them in high regard, high esteem, to look up to them, to have reverence and honor. Um, they're valuable, they're important. It's a verb. People may not think of it as being a verb, but it is a verb because it is an action. You are showing them respect, and that could be shown in many ways. But they see and feel that you respect them. It's a way of treating them and thinking about them that they can see and feel that they are being respected. So hopefully, I don't know if he's liking that answer, but that is a basic universal definition of respect. And I agree with what you were saying about communication. Basically, to me, that's what I hear, and that's what I boil it down to: having proper and effective communication. It's very important. Things can go very left very quickly when you miss that step, and I think we've all experienced it at least once in our lives, and probably one time too many. things that could have been solved a lot easier had you two communicated. And not just communicated, but like you said, communicated properly, communicated respectfully, and communicated in private. It doesn't have to be a show, you know.
Yeah, I agree with everything that you said, but you know me, I am. I think I should change this show to piggybacking off of Akasha, 'cause that's all I've been doing. 'Cause you've been doing such a heck of a job up here. I didn't have to bother interrupting or saying, "Oh no, 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 that's way out there in left field." You know, if somebody come up here and they way out there in left field, I ain't gonna. I'll nip it in the bud early. You know what I mean? You're doing a wonderful job of expressing your thoughts. You know, you express your
Well,
thoughts.
I'm going to have to slightly disagree with that because I think you have been very valuable to this conversation. And I think you have um, made great points and also elaborated greatly on points that I have made to give a better and more clear understanding of the points that are being trying, that we're trying to convey. Um, wow, I see a comment saying I don't need anyone's respect. I have enough respect for myself. You should show me respect because you have respect for yourself as well. Well, I mean, in a way, I agree with that, but I think when you say I don't need anyone's respect, I would challenge that because I think everyone desires to have that again core basic level of respect from everyone. Because soon as someone disrespects you, you're gonna take offense to that, and your pride, you're you're not gonna want to tolerate that. You're not gonna like that, even though you know you respect yourself. And in fact, you respecting yourself is the reason why you refuse to allow someone to disrespect you. So you definitely are going to want to have people at least give you a basic level of respect. Should they bow down and kiss your feet? Unless they're your mate? Probably not. But to basically respect you, yes. And yes, because they do respect themselves and because you show that own respect for yourself. So, yeah.
Yeah, you definitely gotta have respect for not just for the person, but like I said, the whole 360. Ain't nobody gonna be saying, "Oh, long as you respect me, you don't have to respect my wife. You don't have to respect my kids. Just respect me." That don't go down like that in the real world, and it ain't gonna go down like that nowhere else. I'm just trying to give clarity when I say you have to respect somebody whole 360, whether they got kids, whatever it is, the wifey or whatever it is that's living with them, and somebody's coming on over there. There will be a level of respect given, and it's not just something that somebody give you, because everybody. I hate when people say that, and I usually don't hate, but that really gets on my nerves. They say, um, they have to give it to me. Th- where they do that at? Where do they do that at? Nobody don't give you nothing in this world. If anything, they're trying to rob you for everything you freaking got. Where they do that at? Hmm? Where they do that at? Shoot, you ain't even getting nothing out of church now unless you've been paying tithes. Well, no, that was a joke. Before I get a whole bunch of church comments, I was only joking. I was
But
only
yeah,
joking.
I agree, and I think sometimes we overlook that. I think we've seen that as well. So that is definitely a good point that you just made. To respect Sarah is to also respect all that Sarah is, seen and unseen. So without seeing and knowing, we know that we should respect not just you, but your family. To disrespect your family is to disrespect you. So that is a very good point, and I agree. You should respect the person's family. You should respect what they respect and care about. And that means respecting their opinion. You may disagree with it, but you should respect it. And there's a way to disagree with it without literally disrespecting that person. There's a way to offer correction without literally disrespecting that person. There's a way to address an issue without literally disrespecting that person, even if it is someone around them that they respect. Because, again, to disrespect what they love is it can be taken as disrespecting them too. So I gotta get on my laptop. My battery died.
I didn't hear you said something about a laptop. Then I didn't hear you. I'm trying to figure on out. I'm still on here. I'm trying to figure on out my minutes on this thing because I wanted to. I've been playing around with this Google trying to figure out things here. Not that I need to do it, but I need to learn all the little features. You know, like I figured out where you see we discussed for like a whole hour of this dream, trying to teach me how to make a freaking mod. So now I don't want to tell everybody else what else I need help on, because just like you was trying to help me and it didn't work, and then I figured it out on my own. I don't want to mention a bunch of other stuff I ain't figured on out, but I'm getting there slowly for surely. Shout out to everybody that's out there. I hope y'all enjoying the show. We're just kicking it live. Um, if you have any questions, just continue to do what you've been doing. Address them to Aakasha because I haven't been back in there since I made some moderators because I'm trying to figure out this little Google hang on note type of thing here. And you know, everybody that was in there when I figured it on out, even if you had left, even if you had left, oh, even if you had left, I had made you a moderator if I seen your name was there because I don't come in and out. So just she'll answer the questions, whatever, and let me know if there's something for me because she looks at the chat more than me because I don't do that because that just distracts me. And I would like to welcome Akasha number two. She got a sexy twin that's about to come on deck.
Yeah, I'm back. I had to get on my laptop. My phone went dead on me. It snuck up on me. I wasn't paying attention. So my battery died. Can you hear me?
Yeah, you sound beautiful.
Thank you. So yeah, I'm back. Um, I think we were talking about respecting not only the person but their family as well, and the things that they care about and the things that they love, and understanding that to disrespect those things and those people is to disrespect them as well. And I know sometimes we do know that when we do it, but it would be a good idea to keep that in mind. Because if someone has a new pair of shoes and they like their shoes, they think those shoes are ugly, that doesn't mean that you should diss the shoes. there's a better way to say it. They ask your opinion. Maybe you could say, not my taste, but if you like it, then I'm happy you like it. Always a tasteful way of handling the situation without disrespecting that person. So if you're down with a certain belief or that, I don't have to bang on you and disrespect that because I have to understand that that is also disrespecting you. I can my opinion on that or maybe challenge you on that in a more respectful way.
Yeah. Um. See, what I like is the way a person is can make a person understand how that person gets down. What I mean by that is like me, for example. I'm not in the. I have a boo because I don't want no commitment. I can have a girl. I don't want one right now at the moment. I'm just chilling right now. So I got what I call a boo. But like, she already knows how I am. Like like just like somebody will know exactly how you are. In other words, they know a person will know what a person will put up with before they push that person button. Now, if if she knows something pushed my buttons and I told her that, and she continues to do the same thing to push my buttons, I come right on out and ask, are you trying to break up? Because I'm not gonna sit around and be having somebody that push my buttons all day. What's up with this bullshit? You already know I don't like it. I don't do what you don't like, and you don't do that. Like we're on the same team. What's up with this? I come right on out and say it. What's up with this? And I don't usually cuss at a queen, but I do it in a very nice way. What's up with this motherfucking bullshit? My favorite little cupcake. You know what I mean? It ain't like it's how you do it. You throw a little cupcake or have a little flower or take one out to eat and talk about it or something. And the next thing is cool in the game. That's just like her. Now she'll tell me certain things that I didn't know that I was doing that would that was upsetting her. That's nothing but somebody who is caring about you and trying to not only let you know how they feel about you, but they are trying to make you into a better individual. Because if they take that much time on that, that means they are trying to show you how to be a better person, or else they wouldn't even care about you and let you just go and romp and do whatever you want. See, I take all of that into consideration. And then once those little, see, that is what you called, what we're discussing right now, darling, is what many would call the foundation to the beginning of the relationship, because you're setting up your little boundaries, what you take, what you don't take. These are little boundaries. How much respect I want and all of that, how you want to be treated. These are little things that's being settled up. If these things cannot be settled up, then the house ain't gonna get built. If the house do get built and the foundation is built on some funky ground, the house ain't gonna stay up for long. These are very important things. Men, even me, I, I'm not used to people telling me what to do or giving me advice. So when it first started happening to me, I was like, "What the fuck? I don't make no mistakes." That was my ego talking. But then when you take time on that and look at it and say, "Hey, maybe I am not perfect, and maybe nobody never approached me yet. Even I will make mistakes." So then I look at it and I study it, and then I reevaluate my own self. And if I'm not sure, I don't have no problem saying I got. I got to think on it. I ain't got no problem saying I got to think on it. That means I'm not sure if I agree with you or I don't agree with you right now. I got to think on it. You know that sometimes since she knows me a little bit, she'll say, "That means you're gonna come up with an excuse, or you're thinking of a way to come on out of it. Don't think on it. Tell me now." That's I don't know. That's her. But we ended up doing it my way anyway. I just say something, but that's a whole nother story. But the important thing is that respect boundaries, guidelines, what a person would think, you know. It's all an individual. And plus if it's something, sometimes it might be something that she don't realize might be touchy to me. If she's dealing with something that's touchy to me, then that means I'm definitely gonna have to tell her I got to think on it. It's the reason why I say that is because some people, like, I might go for a walk, or when I say think on it, I mean my mind have to do certain things that I have to do to process what's going on. That means I don't want to deal with something with emotions. I like to not deal with emotions. I like to try and continue to master self. So if that means like this is getting too much for me right now, I ain't got no problem saying I'm bailing on out and I'll see you later. I got to think on it. I ain't got no my pride don't hurt me to do that. See, they ain't gonna do nothing but respect that. They rather have that than you sitting there yelling and screaming and dealing with emotions. They'd rather have that and you'd get more respect doing it that way. And but that's just me giving you some examples on how I handle things in my life because I'm into like mind thoughts and all of that in the power of words, and I don't ever want to say something that I'm gonna regret because once it hits the universe, it then hit it. You know what I mean? The boomerang will be coming back. So that's the only reason why I'm more into, even if I take a walk or no matter what I do, even if I just put on some music and listen to some freaking um 432 or something, or whatever I'm listening to, whatever it is that I'm doing, it all depends on what the thing is that I need to calm me down, how emotional it is. That's a whole nother story. But it's okay to take a break and come back and talk to the person. There's nothing wrong with that. And if you see her emotional, it's okay to tell her you're a little excited. You want to calm down. You want to go for a walk first because you're doing a lot of yelling. And I'd rather when you communicate when we're on the same level right now, you're amped. I have no problem telling somebody when they're amped. Right now, you're amped, and I'm used to seeing you doing 55 and you're doing a buck 25. Can we get you back at 55 and finish this? And then I used to say, yeah, you're right. I'm a little excited. You're right. You're right. But I'm still motherfucking pissed. You know how women are. But at least I got them to calm down and all of that. It's all about communication. And like I said, it all depends on if this is the person you want to grow with. If this ain't the person you want to grow with, then you don't need to be wasting all that energy on him doing all of this anyway. Because he'll learn how to respect you. Because you going any person stand on their square and say, hey, and they'll know what a person take and what they don't. It don't. It's and the person can feel it. The person can feel it. He got vibes. He not slow. He might pretend like he's slow, but he's not slow.
Yeah, that was an excellent point. Points indeed. Sarah, I have enjoyed my deal with you, and I appreciate you allowing me on the panel. I have to go and get some rest. I got some things I got to do in a couple hours. But before I go, I want to address one more question or comment, and I think I saw her. Let me scroll up. Said something about if we have different, I guess, schools of thought on. So if we view respect from different perspectives, how do we form universal order of respect? Back to that basic respect and communication. Because if you're lining those two up and discovering that you two may have a difference of opinion of what respect is, and you wish to deal with each other, then communicating with each other on those differences. What is it differently that I need to be doing, or you feel like I'm not doing because you respect. So if I'm not, help me understand what your opinion of respect is and what your status is on that, and me being willing to listen to it, and vice versa, and understand where that person is coming from a little bit, and knowing that just because I as respect, I'm hearing the other person say they classify it as respect, so I'm willing to respect that, and it's reasonable. It can work. Yeah. But yeah, peace to you too, Black Conscious Fraud Committee, everybody in the chat, and peace to you, Sarah. I enjoyed the build. Look forward to doing it again. But right now, I gotta get some shut eye.
Yeah, if it don't rain tomorrow, I gotta go to work myself. I got some things I gotta do. If it don't rain, it rained today. It messed me on up. But I just wanted to say thank you very much for coming on over here. It's highly appreciated. It was a great build, and I love the way you put your little input on things, and I love the way you express your thoughts. Before you leave, was there any shout outs or anything, blogs, or anything you want to shout on out, or anything you want to address before you leave?
Well, again, I appreciate it because I was thinking about opening up my panel and having just a little discussion and touching on some of the things that we actually ended up talking about. So this was great. Um, like I said, I look forward to opening up my panel and having discussions, bringing my co-hosts over and talking, and maybe some people will. What is BCFC? I'm curious about that. But um,
Oh, BCFC, that's how people say, that's my boy. That's Black Conscious Fraud Committee. That's how they say his name. They don't write out the
oh,
whole thing, they just say BCFC.
well, dog, I should have known that. That is a long name.
Yeah, I'm not in the chat.
Okay, because I've seen
Everybody
several
do.
people say it, and I was like, what does that mean? I don't know what it means. I never see. I'm like, I don't figure that one out. Like, people say SMH, shaking my head, and LOL. I'm like, okay, those are the easy ones. That one's a little rough because I don't know. So now I know. Okay, cool.
Yeah,
All
remember
right,
we
cool.
shouted his channel on out and his logo things he was making earlier? Yeah, that's him,
Okay,
BCFC.
okay. Yes, I've definitely seen him around. I think I've been to his channel too. So, all right. Well, yeah, like I said, we're looking to have more discussions and touch on some of these things, different topics. And for our build is pretty much like, your build. Um, just like, how we flow back and forth. And I think that's a good way. It's a better way of doing it than having to have the urge to just break down and beat down everything. If I were to say something and the way you elaborated, it just got my mind going, and it gave me more visuals, and it put expansion on things that I've said and covered things that I missed. And I think people can begin to see see the point broader that way, rather than when people shut down, just get in their feelings and want to just meet it with a challenge. And we could vibe the same way if we were in disagreement with what we were saying and still get our points across. Even if we still ended up not agreeing on the point, still come out of this learning, because now I see why you believe that. Now I see why you see it and how you see it that same way. So I may not be feeling it, no, and I may walk away not feeling it, but we would appreciate you giving me that opportunity to explore the way you're looking at it, and I take that with me. So I've gained, and it sits with me, and they're helping me one day. We always got to keep that in mind. Something may not seem useful to us at that moment, but it may become useful for us one day. So that's just something I would like to put out there for thought. And peace to you too, Megalodon. Appreciate you guys. I gotta get some shut eye because I'm sleepy. I'm still recovering from that live stream we did the other night. I'm not used to live streams. I held out as long as I could. It was a good show though. It was just a long. So my shows definitely won't be that long. For me, I think um, maybe an hour. You know, really, really good one, and like the panel is wide and all of that, then maybe 2 hours. But I think we do better at increments. We're really going in on the subject, and it was only getting better. And then people in the chat felt like on that. Then that's where part 2 comes, and it grows. And nobody gets tired, nobody gets beat down, and we still have more energy for the next build. And if research needs to be done to prepare for that, we can do that. But then when you try to do it for too long, and people are bumping heads and all of that, come back. There's nothing wrong with a part 2 or a part 3, anything like that. Alarm. That's just my opinion.
Tell that nigga I said don't be calling my girl this time of night.
That's funny. That's actually my alarm.
Nah, I just wanted to
It's
end this with a
5
little
o'clock
fun.
in the morning. Where you gonna be outside on a corner? You better get yourself together. You remember that song?
Yeah.
It's 5 o'clock. Yeah. Normally I would be getting up, but actually I'm about to take a nap. So I'm on my off schedule today. So like I said, I'll be sewing and reading. I'll definitely be starting the book for the book club. And I'll be making some garments today. So I'm going to get a little bit of rest so I can be fresh in my mind for that.
Do you got some special orders on your garment, or this is just personal wear?
Mine, yeah, it's personal. Yeah, making some more driving gloves for work, and I'm gonna make probably a dress or two. Yeah. What Tita got timed out again? Wow, again. Dang, I missed that. I didn't see. Oh wow.
Oh, I'm not in the chat room.
There's a hidden moderator.
Huh?
There's a hidden moderator. Chat room.
I'm not in the chat room.
The person that timed him out is not the same person that is in the I know I'm tired. But what I'm saying is there a moderator that we don't see typing in the chat? That's my question.
Hold on, you're gonna make me go in the chat. Hold on.
Because I see 2 different names, and that name looks familiar. brother
Hold on.
from? Let me go to the channel. I don't know if it's the same.
Black Melanated Power. I don't even see him in the chat.
I know. I think that's the brother that did a build earlier on his channel. Ooh wee!
On his channel for what?
You went in. It was a good one. It was a good one. I loved it. I loved it. I loved it. I loved it from both of mine. I had to comment twice and like twice. Ooh, it ain't nothing like it. Mm, it ain't nothing like. It ain't nothing like. It ain't nothing like hip hop music. It's nothing like seeing a brother tell it like a TIE.
Yeah.
You know,
Well, shout out to
standing up.
Black Melanated Power. We thank you for your support. Only thing I could say is
Y'all, y'all gotta check that brother out
about
for
basically
sure.
that good judgment. I don't know what's going on. I'm not in the chat. I don't watch the chat. It looked like he.
Well, I think it's just everybody have their way of getting their point across, and everybody has their way of speaking, and that's why I said we should all be we, and shine our light just as it is. If I might have a different way of delivering my message, you might have a different way of delivering your message. He might have a different way of delivering your message, but your cross is what's important. And you did your thing tonight. I think you delivered some of the same messages. It was just different, and I liked it both ways. Sometimes a good old spanking is needed, and that was a good old spanking. I'm talking that soldier shit, but it's soldier. It's always soldier. It's always soldier when you speak on it. Whatever it is, good, bad. It needs to be heard. It needs to be discussed. It needs to be addressed. When you speak on it unapologetically, however your style of speaking, then that's to be respected and that's to be admired. Because we can't keep muffled. No, no, not at all. And we must speak, whether it's to each other or to the other. Speak. So
That is so
I
beautifully
like it.
put.
Definitely.
But
So good for us.
what we're gonna have to do, because I had asked you this very earlier, like an hour or an hour and a half into when
Mhm.
we was on. I mean, when you came on, and I said, should I end it and make it another one? And you said, no, we're doing good. Because remember, I was talking about attention span and don't make them long and all of that. And then look at this, we turn around and make a long one.
Yeah, I think we've
But
been on for a while.
no, I was just saying I liked that idea because I was talking about attention span, about people part two, part three, part. You can have as many parts as you want. You know what I mean? Plus, it gives people a chance to go and research or build or whatever. Or if the other people want the link, because I don't want to just. I rather like how I sent it to you. I'd rather do it that way. I don't know. I don't want people just popping up on here and then I gotta mute them and delete them and all of that. Even though I figured out how to do it, that's what I was doing when you was on there. But I think when you sign off,
Multitasking and learning. Okay.
yeah,
I saw you because you started popping up with moderators. I said, okay, okay. Because I know
yeah,
how it is when you first start live streaming. Man, when I first started, I was so confused. I said, look, I feel like a rookie. It can be confusing when you don't know, but then it's like once you get it, then you're like, yeah, now let's have a conversation. Let's talk about it. We ain't got to fuss. We ain't got to fight. It's okay if we differ. And I see you, you know, you're going to always
ooh
be a
wee,
man. It's okay. It's okay. So I'm going to
Ooh,
sleep.
wee. I was about to get you going and say, preach on, preach on, preach on, preach on. Ooh, wee, ooh,
How
wee.
long we been on, Sarah? Because this might be a worldwide record for me. Been on forever. How long we been on? Timestamp, because mine isn't showing me a timestamp. It counts down in the negative. So let me go back. And oh, it's been about 2 hours. That's not bad. See, that's right there. 2 hours. This is your longest live stream ever, right? Sarah? Yellow.
Oh, I'm up here talking and I just
Hello,
realized I
hello,
was on
okay,
mute.
hello, hello.
Are you there? I said this is your longest live stream ever, correct?
Yeah, yeah, this is my longest
Okay.
right here.
So I
Even
helped I
when,
helped you break this bad boy in then.
yes, you did. You came in there.
Ah, we christened it.
Ooh, wee. I like it like that. That means it's been Christian with a little bit of balance. And everybody
Yeah.
know I love the balance. And you better not be
That's right. We
shy.
blessed it
You
with the
hear me?
man and the woman. Just to let you guys know that is that structure, that is that setup. It is the man. Let me say this right. It is the black man and the black woman. Not one against the other, not a bunch of bros, and not just a bunch of girls. It is the black man and the black woman. Because we're not enemies. We are power. And on that note, you guys rest well. Until next time.
goddess? Well, we had a very beautiful show tonight. I'm gonna shout one out to the beautiful goddess Aakasha PRI. If you ain't already, go subscribe. She got some beautiful things on her show. She be doing the doggone thing. Y'all heard her up here live. She's filled with positivity and she got that energy. I want to thank everybody for your support. I want to thank everybody for coming through. And I would like to also thank everybody for behaving in the chat room because even though I don't check it, Akasha would have told me if there was anything going on. Glad everything worked on out fine because that's what we want. That's that positive energy. It's time for me to get on off because at this rate, I'm about to watch the sunset come on up. I don't know what time it is where everybody else is at, but it's like she said, a little past 5 in the morning. So, um, I think I'm going to end this right now with my favorite line. Once again, shout on out to the chat room and everybody that came on through, and to Goddess Aakasha PRI. And like I always say, peace, love, and light to the fam. And let's not forget the ooh.